Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Could Raise the Dead? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. When Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old, he learned he could raise the dead. Looking back on it now, his quirk became apparent in an almost comically mundane way. With him being entirely oblivious to the ripples it would cause in the cosmos and the great beings stirred, some in fear and others in hope. A merciful ignorance he would remain nearly drowning in for years, until the bars he had imposed on his own mind had shattered when he tried to wield the truths he had fruitlessly tried to protect himself against. Marching along behind his childhood friend as they made their crusade through a forest of mortal trees in the height of summer. In this universe they never anything but equals. Perhaps it is due to the following moments that the resentment and superiority never grew to be more than a quickly squashed ember. The things that can be changed by a rock rolling under a shoe and a trip onto hard dirt. Izuku didn't cry or react other than placing a small hand on his skinned cheek. Even as a child, he knew pain was only temporary and tears helped no one. The childhood friend that would never cease being a loyal companion paused, hearing the boy he affectionately called Deku gasp and the thud as he tumbled into the soil. He turned with an exasperated expression, although his voice held no malice. "Oh, come on, Deku. You're so clumsy." That expression of joking annoyance transitioned to one of frozen horror as it beheld the figure currently extending a rotting hand to help Izuku back onto his feet. Izuku, still slightly stunned from the fall, was about to thank the kind stranger for their gesture. Then he saw her face. He had to stifle a scream. Or rather its face. Do the dead reserve the right to be humanized with pronouns? It was a mess of cold blue-gray skin with patches of tissue missing and rolling glazed-over gray eyes. Lanky pale hair was barely holding onto a scalp of peeling and rotting flesh. The corpse gave a twisted imitation of a smile that more of a hate-filled baring of yellow teeth than any form of kind grin. She impatiently gestured for Izuku to take her hand in a robotic gesture like a marionette being pulled on invisible strings. He was too afraid to do anything other than comply. When he was back on his feet, his emerald eyes wide and with a slight tremor racking his body, he stood firm. Some instinct telling him not to show the corpse even the minutest sign it had any power over him. For a few tense milliseconds the corpse's dead eyes bored into his, filled with a raging bloodlust and not an ounce of mercy. After finding nothing other than a slight hint of fear, it realized nothing could be gained and sank into the ground in a puddle, leaving not a trace of its existence. 5 feet away, Kaken looked terrified for perhaps the first time in his life, and Izuku was just as shaken, letting out a breath he didn't know he had been holding. Unaware the corpse would be the tamest and kindest thing in his life in future years. Something horrible was slithering in his stomach, and he did not want to try and understand. In that moment he placed those wretched mental lies that made the beasts of old cry in anguish. In that moment, he foolishly prayed to the chorus of gods he had just abandoned that he was wrong. In their bitterness, they let his prayers go unanswered. When Izuku Midoriya was 9, he learned he could kill. 5 years ago he had received his quirk, much to his distress. They had dubbed it necromancy. Jesters in the court of mortal kings unable to realize it was so much more. They said he could only raise the dead and keep them in the mortal plane for as long as he wished. If he wanted, he could never make them return to their graves. Something the fallen pleaded at every moment. Their screams were eternal echoes in his head that only grew in viciousness and angry as he aged. They planted indescribable nightmares, the worst that mortals could create. Weak as those night terrors were, to a child they felt life-threatening. He had begun training restlessly along Kaken, both trying to master their quirk. Kaken's grew to be an offensive power, unmatched by nearly everyone in the area. A power recognized by everyone from their classmates to their elderly neighbors with applause and open arms. Izuku's, however, was only met with disdain, its lack of obvious useful abilities appalling. After some time it soon became apparent that he could bring back people in 2 states. The first was in the ghosty rotting form that he had first conjured. They were significantly easier to resurrect and control due to their mere hints of personality and lack of a fully formed train of conscious thought. Husks if you would. The second type was a form he had still had difficulty conjuring at that age, and even a harder time returning to the claws of death. They could pass as living and had unique dispositions that mirrored who they had been when they had been alive. A select few even held on to memories of their past lives. As vengeful and barbaric as their weaker counterparts and harder to control. Dangerous as a viper and more bloodthirsty than a villain. Although everyone quietly omitted these facts from memory once word had gotten out that he could bring back the dead. The begging of loved ones soon joined the wails of the damned, refusing to believe the fact that the people they had loved so dearly in life now wished the world to splinter and humanity to die. At least that was until he was kidnapped. Well, almost kidnapped. He had been walking home from school when he was suddenly pulled into an alley with a cloth that made him dizzy with fumes over his mouth. It was one of the rare occasions when he wasn't accompanied by Kaken because he had been sent home early for fighting one of Izuku's bullies. A useless endeavor but one he still valiantly kept. Thrashing and kicked in a wild panic, he called on the dead to assist him, but for the first time, none had come to his aid. Instead, it was his kidnapper that melted into the pavement. The noxious aura of death floated around where his kidnapper had just stood, leaving no room for him to imagine that he hadn't just damned another human's immortal soul. He had run crying home and into the arms of his mother. When he told her of what had just transpired, she made him swear to never tell another soul of what he had done. She didn't want him to be isolated and cast out by his peers more than he already was. It was too bad it wouldn't matter. Ever since that day, death clung to Izuku like a gauzy shawl that made people cross the street when they saw him. The request to bring back loved ones stopped. To his benefit, Kaken never abandoned him. They remained inseparable and defended each other from the sharp words of the world. They both wanted to become heroes, and they swore to each other that they would become the very best. So they practiced. They trained. Izuku had kept Kaken's pride in check, so he was not blinded by his arrogance, and Kaken had kept Izuku from believing the whispers of freak and villain that followed him like the screams of the dead. By the time they were 13, they were the most powerful people in school. Not that it took much. They had not only unlocked so much more potential for their quirks, but they had also trained their bodies. While Kaken had immediately been drawn to sports like boxing and jujitsu, Izuku had opted for less shows of brute strength and more technical exercises such as gymnastics and hapkido. Izuku never stopped watching heroes and taking notes, filling notebook after notebook of information on even underground heroes. The dead could retell historic battles, and certain villains were willing to speak of the ones that had brought them down. He also learned many more uses for his quirk. As he aged, he learned he could detect death, interfering when he could, and not have to fully summon a spirit to talk to them or ask them to do something. However, he never told Kaken of the private lessons he held for himself. He never broke his promise to his mother and never told anyone about what happened to his would-be kidnapper. But he did resolve to learn how to control that part of his quirk. It started with rats. He tried to figure out how he had killed that man, and after 2 years of failure, he finally got it. He had to reach into the silver strings of their life force and pull. A rat disappearing into the floor, leaving the sulphurous presence of death as the only reminder of its existence. That, of course, prompted the question if he could bring back what he killed. He couldn't at first, but with a few tries, he could summon the rat back from beyond the veil. With some experimentation, he learned he couldn't control it like he could the others. It remained impervious to his attempts, and it was quickly established that it wasn't living carrion. It was alive again in the fullest sense. Each death was painless. He only tried to make it painful once. The screams of that rat still haunted his dreams and echoed in his mind. It continued like this for months, constantly putting down and putting back life forces of bigger and bigger animals. Only after he successfully brought back a horse did he even consider trying it on a human. He hid out in an abandoned alleyway and waited for a criminal to pass. If this failed, doing it on a lowlife would keep him from the all-consuming guilt that would engulf him if he took another's life. Soon enough, a man dragged an obviously drugged young woman into the alley, and Izuku let his quirk search for the glistening strings of life that surrounded him and twisted. Within moments, the spot where the man had stood was empty and shadowed in the presence of death. That was, of course, the easy part. It was almost disturbing how simple it was to snuff out someone's flame. He reached down into the realm of death and began the search for the man. The screams here were ear-shattering and made him flinch, the wails and pleas of the dead so desperate that he paused and considered bring them all back. But that was ridiculous. There was a limit. He was already messing with the forbidden topics and pulling at the fabric of natural order. He had long ago pledged to himself that he would bring back anything he killed and return what he brought back. Nothing more, nothing less. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he located the criminal in the endless sea of corpses and through sheer will, brought him back to the land of the living. While it seemed like it took hours, in reality, this all happened in a matter of seconds. The criminal looked stunned and terrified. Time in the realm of the dead did that to a person. He never even saw Izuku, he just sprinted out of the alley without a second look. Izuku called the police about the woman and stayed there until they arrived, trying to fight off the bitter triumph and melancholy panic. Kaken was Izuku's first everything. First friend, first crush, first kiss. His original nickname had been Deku, but when they had found out it meant useless they had immediately changed it to Dekairu. When he was 11 he realized he had started to fall in love with Kaken. When he was 13 their lips had met under a marigold sky. When they were 14 they had decided that they had both fallen out of love. Better friends than boyfriends and they deserved to let a lying relationship go. They were still the best of friends and those memories were always looked back on with teases and laughs. Kaken was probably more prideful than he should be and Izuku woke up much too often due to night terrors and had resolved to only sleep in short intervals. One time he had made the mistake of sleeping over at Kaken's house only to wake up with a scream begging to escape his lips and nails digging into his skin but not really feeling the pain. Kaken had awoken to a frozen and traumatized Izuku and had to pry blood-stained nails out of his forearms and even years later there were tiny crescent-shaped scars decorating his arms. They never discussed it. Izuku was glad. Because what he saw would remain burned into his retinas for years to come, as all of his nightmares did. At school they called him Psycho and Demon. Those jabs were always followed by explosions from Kaken but Izuku never made any move to defend himself. His quirk was much too dangerous for that. For him, it was either all or nothing. Years of hearing the scream of the dead and talking to corpses had the effects that one would assume. By the time for high school arrived Izuku had become torturously apathetic to the world around him. Not flinching at the ghoulish forms his corpses took when summoned or the cruelty of the world. He somehow retained his empathy and kindness, not seeing that it was no longer deserved. He never hated anyone. Not the bullies or the woman who gave him his quirk. He never hated anyone other than himself. His quirk had another drawback that he had grown immune to fairly quickly. When bringing back corporeal forms it always hurt. When he had first attempted he had doubled over in pain, fat tears running down his freckles. But he had picked himself up and tried again. And again. And again. Until it was hardly a dull ache. Summoning a fully fledged human with intact mental processes and body also left some form of a scar on his body to accompany the pain, and by the time he was to take the entrance exams for UA, he was a mess of scar tissue, ranging from tiny nicks on his hands to large scratches on his back. He never wore short sleeves or shorts but nothing could be done to hide the raised flesh on his face. They weren't particularly large but they were noticeable, a slit on his lip, a nick in his eyebrow, an angled scar narrowly missing his left eye, a short scratch by the edge of his hairline. He had enough physical defects that he was nervous about the attention he would attract at the UA entrance exams. Kaken reassured him that he would punch anyone who commented, to which Izuku replied to with a sarcastic smile that showed just the tiniest bit of gratitude. His knight in shining armor. So now they were here. At the test that they had both been preparing for a majority of their lives. They had gotten to UA just in time. Both were too nervous to say a single word, both for different reasons. Bakugo wasn't at all worried about passing the test, he was much more concerned about Izuku. His physical aura and appearance had made him a target for bullying in middle school. It didn't help that he didn't ever do anything about it. He took it all with that stone-cold expression he had adopted, but he had been friends with Dekairu long enough that he noticed how it actually affected him. Although he normally didn't show it, The very seldom cracks in his composure showed how closely some of the bully's words hit home, paralleling with some of his own personal doubts. Izuku had long ago asked Bakugo to leave the bullies alone. At first, he had ignored that command, leaving the bullies more bruised than his friend. They feared him because of his quirk, so they had laid off. At least that was what he had thought. In reality, they had just gotten better at hiding it. He had found out eventually he was going to wish they were never born, but Izuku had stopped him with an emotionless voice that made a shiver run down his spine. If they are stupid enough to not realize that I am not to be tussled with, then they will get what's coming to them. Death has a way of finding the ones most deserving. He would know, wouldn't he? Izuku was nervous for an entirely different reason. He was concerned about passing the entrance exams. His quirk was not the best at physical combat. It wasn't at all like Kaken's that could eliminate anything in an instant. From what he had observed, his quirk was something entirely different than any other than he had ever seen. It tampered with something so much bigger than any of them. He had traveled to the land of the dead and pulled other out of it. He had met death and was still breathing. His quirk bordered on something otherworldly, and it was unwelcome most places with good reason. There was also the fact that he was taking the entrance exam for UA, only his dream school on which all of his aspirations hung on. His heroes had attended this school, and he had spent most of his life training for this moment. He didn't even want to think about what would happen if he failed. Slowly walking towards the main building, neither showing even a hint of anxiousness on their features other than their silence. Bakugo's eyes jumping to the other would-be students. Thankfully, they were all too focused and worried about passing the test to notice the green-haired boy that radiated death and the ashy blonde at his side who looked like he was waiting for an enemy to appear. Everything was going well until Izuku's foot caught a loose brick and, too lost in his own doubts to catch himself, almost face-planted onto the pavement. 3 things happened at once. First, a skeletal hand materialized from the ground and tried to keep him off the floor. Kaken grabbed his backpack, and he felt the pressure a different hand, a human hand, on his shoulder, and he was suddenly weightless. "Are you okay?" a feminine voice asked. At the same time, Bakugo sneered, "Jesus Christ, Deku, you are literally the effing clumsiest person I know, you a nerd." Over the sudden onslaught of whispers of the dead laughing at him, he saw a brown-eyed girl with a chestnut bob glare at Bakugo before the ever-helpful skeletal hand grow into an arm and prop him up. The girl gave a small gasp and Bakugo tensed, preparing for the freak that would be thrown in the direction of his best friend. Izuku only waited resigned for the harsh words he knew would leave her mouth. He had long ago accepted that he would be an outcast. After all, someone who could raise the dead and kill with hardly a thought did not belong in normal society. However, the girl only smiled and said, "Wow. Is that your quirk? It's so cool." Both Bakugo and Izuku blinked in surprise, and the girl only blushed and scratched the back of her head. "I used my quirk to try and catch you. Sorry. I probably should have asked first." Too surprised at the nonchalant reaction, both males didn't reply. The girl didn't seem at all put off and gave a small wave before turning and walking into the building. "See you inside. Bye. Maybe today won't be so bad." They found seats next to each other in the orientation room. Izuku's mind was racing, supplying every bad situation that could be conjured. The dead's encouraging of these thoughts truly didn't help, speaking of how he was useless and would fail and how it would be easier if he joined them. Suddenly spotlights centered on the stage and a very loud voice cut through his own personal din. "What's up, UA candidates?" Present Mike, the voice hero. Although he wasn't nearly obsessed with heroes as he used to be, he still was an enthusiast and tried to keep his fanboying to a minimum. The pro hero asked to hear them and was met with silence. Trying to recover, he skipped to the main show and explained how the practical exam would happen. Like your application said, today you rockin' boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban settings. Behind him the screen lit up to show 7 different battlegrounds. Gird your loins, my friends. After I drop the mic here, you'll head to your specified battle center. Sound good? More silence as everyone checked the cards on their desks. He and Kaken were assigned to different battle centers. That made sense. The school wanted to test their individual potential and wouldn't want them working with their friends. Present Mike ran through how there were 3 robots, each with a different point value, that they would have to destroy. They raised their score by destroying them, and the people with the highest scores would be accepted into the school. A dark blue-haired boy suddenly jumped up and raised his hand, saying how there was a fourth robot on the printout and how it was disgraceful that an official UA printout could have such a major error. Suddenly, he turned and pointed at Izuku, and next to him he heard Kaken tense and issue a very low growl. "You've been muttering this entire time. Stop that. If you can't bother to take this seriously, leave. You're distracting the rest of us." All around him, the other students laughed, but Izuku only stared down the other student. He was not going to be intimidated by him when he had ventured into the realms of the dead. Kaken opened his mouth to scream at the boy, but Izuku noticed and silenced him with a look. He bowed and apologized for the disruption, but let the damper on the death aura slip the tiniest bit. The students closest to him stopped laughing. Present Mike got them all back on track and explained that the fourth type of faux villain was worth 0 points, so it was better for them to avoid. The boy bowed and thanked him for explaining. And just like that, Izuku was outside his battle center. Giant gates stood closed and a huge wall surrounded the area. He noticed that the boy who had called him out earlier was in his group along with the kind girl from before. It occurred him that he never thanked her, so he walked over but was intercepted by the blue-haired boy who grabbed his shoulder and turned him around. "It looks like she's focusing on the trails ahead. What are you going to do? Distract her and ruin her chances to succeed?" In another universe, he would have stuttered by trying to explain himself, but here he replied with every bit of coldness, "No. I was going to thank her for keeping me from falling earlier." He let his eyes take on the oversaturated green they usually adopted when he was about to use his quirk. "I wouldn't be able to focus properly unless I thanked her. It seems to me the only one trying to keep competitors from succeeding is you." The boy stumbled over his words trying to explain, but Izuku only shrugged off his hand and continued towards the girl. "I just wanted to thank you for helping me earlier." She turned and gave a bashful smile. "Oh, it was no problem." Suddenly Present Mick's voice boomed and signaled the start of the exam. Everyone was running and Izuku was no exception. He immediately ran into a one-pointed and called on his favorite corpse. He made her corporeal as to not scare the others and sent her out to battle the robot. He ignored the pain that would probably be debilitating to others that didn't have his pain tolerance as he focused on controlling her. She was one of the friendlier spirits, but he didn't want to take any chances. That was really his only offensive move against non-living creatures, sending out someone dead to take care of it. They used extreme strength and speed, mostly due to their inability to feel pain. While she was busy tearing apart the one-pointer, a new robot suddenly appeared. Its outline told him it was a two-pointer and he didn't have a way to defend against it. In any other situation he would have summoned another spirit, but trying to control the second one in such a populated setting was much too risky. Sure, he could use his physical training, but he wasn't in the mood to die. He was trapped. That was at least until a falchion appeared in his hands. That's new. The sloped blade looked old but deadly sharp. Steel slightly chipped and the handle scuffed. See, this would be useful if I know how to use it. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the knowledge invaded like a swarm of bees. In its wake, it left a pounding migraine, but he had better things to do at the moment than think about that. He flew at the two-pointer and brought it down with a few slashes, and only then did he wonder what had happened. He returned the spirit to the ground, now done demolishing the one-pointer, and pondered how he had summoned the weapon and known how to use it as he ran. But he was quickly derailed as he heard some of the point counts shouted out by his fellow competitors. He was nowhere near close to some of them. He had only gotten 3 points compared to others 45 or more. He only had 6 minutes left. He had to move. Looking around, he didn't see a single robot. The panic began to sneak in, but he refused to let it advance. Suddenly, there was a rumbling and everyone turned to see a giant robot as it peered down at them from between the buildings. There was a scramble as everyone fled as they realized this was the zero-pointer and facing it would benefit them none. Izuku, however, didn't move and tried to figure out what the teachers were playing at. There was obviously some other motive here. His resolve to stay only increased as he detected the presence of death. He looked away from the robot to see the nice girl from earlier struggling to push some fallen rubble off her leg. Sure enough, the dark shadow of demise was hovering above her head. If he didn't do something, she was going to die. That probably should have bothered him more than it did. Just despite the hungry sounds the voices of the dead screamed, begging him to let her join them, he flew at the 0p. He summoned as many non-corporeal corpses as could and set them upon the robot. He then tried something he never had before. He let one of them take partial control of his body. And then he was going up, 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 fighting to keep his conscious will intact while making sure that his small army of spirits didn't focus on anything other than the robot. He didn't process the pain in his legs as his muscles ripped apart as he launched himself into the air. Then he was on the robot's shoulder, falchion in hand, popping the control panel, and he was tearing into the wiring. He didn't feel the electricity coursing through his body. And then the robot was shutting down and he was falling, falling, falling. I wonder if I can bring myself back from the dead. And then he was floating. The girl from earlier, she had some kind of anti-gravity quirk that has kept him from smashing into the ground. He called the corpses off and he briefly noticed the gasps and stunned expressions of the other contestants. As the spirit left his body, he realized what damage he had sustained. Torn muscles in his legs and electrocution. It didn't really hurt, but he knew that it was debilitating. Then Present Mike announced that time was up. He only got 3 points. But he had saved the girl, and this was for a heroics course. Maybe that's what they were playing at with the 0p. Maybe he still had a chance. By the time Recovery Girl arrived, there was a large crowd amassed around him, whispering about how creepy his quirk was and the scars on his face, and now he was fading out of consciousness. The damper around the aura had gone completely, casting a dark shadow that whispered of oblivion. Recovery Girl remarked on his physical condition and winked her nose at the presence of death, but once she kissed him and he came to, he reigned in the aura reflexively. Later on, he met up with Kakin, who looked to be in a wonderful mood. At least until he noticed the new scar on his face that cut from his left cheek to his lip. He knew he shouldn't be upset. It happened every time Izuku summoned a full spirit. But that didn't stop the fading of his wicked smile as he beheld the new thin line. "How did it go?" he inquired. "I only got 3 points. But I saved that girl from earlier and we are trying out for a hero course, so that probably counts for something," Izuku said, as monotone as usual, but something new happened. And like that, he summoned the falchion and Kakin actually stopped before whispering, "What the F dashed? I summoned it when I was trapped between a 1p and a 2p. I figured that it was in the possession of someone when they died, and then when I asked to know how to use it, I stole the knowledge from the owner." He had realized that in his brief moment of unconsciousness. "I also let Akari briefly take control." Kakin spun around fast enough to get whiplash. "UF what?" Akari was the friendliest spirit, the one Izuku had established a slightly unstable friendship with, and the first spirit he had ever summoned, but she and Kakin had a deep-rooted hatred of each other that often made her hard to control in his presence. "It was necessary. I needed to get high enough to destroy the 0p, and I couldn't without activating the pain receptors in my legs. I tore a few muscles, but Recovery Girl healed me," he shrugged. "It didn't even hurt." "That is not the point," Kakin screamed, hands steaming. "She is a vindictive bitch who would like all too much to kill all of us. I want to test broadening the range of weapons I can summon and know how to use," Izuku said, brushing off Kakin's opinion of Akari. "We have a week before we get our scores. It would be perfect time to practice that new skill along with the possession. No, we can do the weapon thing, but we are not messing with the possession sheet." Izuku shrugged, knowing how much it annoyed Kakin. "Fine. Meet with you tomorrow?" A week later, they received their results in paper envelopes. They agreed to meet in the park and open them together. The week had been filled with Izuku varying the weapons he summoned and ripping the knowledge away from their owners until he had a regular armory at his disposal. By the end of the week, he knew how to use most ancient swords and daggers along with a few guns. It always left him with a pounding migraine and a brain that felt like mush, but in his opinion, it was worth it. In secret, he practiced the possession, but he didn't make nearly as much leeway. That was fine. He hoped he didn't have to use it due to the physical repercussion. Sitting on a park bench, they simultaneously peeled open the envelopes to reveal 2 tiny holographic devices. They fired up to show All Might in an offensively yellow pinstripe suit, He began his speech, and the two recordings created a slight echo. They shared a look when All Might had revealed he would be working at UA, and Izuku couldn't quite hide the glimmer of excitement in his eyes. All Might telling him that was a good sign, right? As soon as the #1 hero revealed his teaching position, their recordings began to differ. While Kaken's continued to show clips from his exam and tell him that he scored the most points out of every contestant, Izuku's told him that he had passed the written exam but say that he only got 3 combat points. Izuku twitched minutely at that mention. Fortunately, there were other factors. Suddenly, there was a clip of the girl he had saved begging to give him the points she had earned. Interesting. And then they told him about rescue points. So he had been right that saving someone would help his score. And just like that, he was in 7th place. Kaken looked at him before giving a sharp smile. Izuku let a small crack in his exterior show relief and then looked at Kaken and smiled for the first time in what felt an eternity. They had made it. Ring 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 ring. Like a viper, Izuku's hand slapped his All Might alarm clock off the bedside table and he groaned at the immediate onslaught of voices that echoed in his head. They overlapped into unintelligible mumbled syllables, but a few particularly loud screams cut through. Come back to sleep. He wasn't done with you yet. Help me. Save me. Please. It's the first day of school. Can't wait to see you fail. And like that he was out of bed, wide awake. Never mind his less than 3 hours of sleep, today was the first day of UA and he could not be late. But with that newness also brought the somber realization that he would once again be an outcast in a school where every student was just as powerful as him, so he wouldn't even have the option to fight back. Unless he wanted them dead. He hated that part of his quirk. Loathed it from the bottom of his tainted soul. No one should ever be able to just simply cut the strings of someone's life with now hardly half a thought. It was true that the bigger and more powerful the entity was, the harder it was to kill, but when he was a child with virtually no training he had killed a full-grown man. Who knows what he could do now if he ever reached an emotional state like that? Maybe that was why he learned how to dull his emotions. To try and prevent losing control and accidentally killing the entire population around him. Once upon the time he had debated finding a new name for what he did when he forced someone to the grave. There was no body, no blood, nothing that could truly constitute it as killing. He had experimented with names like wisping and ghosting, but ultimately decided to not try and numb it down. If he called it a harsh term, then maybe he would. Remember that he was eliminating someone from the mortal plane and throwing them into the jaws of oblivion. Glancing in the mirror, he beheld his haggard appearance. As usual, his face looked like had been run through a blender, but that was normal at this point, although the new scar did nothing to help. His dark green hair was as wild as usual, and he ran a scarred hand through the locks hoping to try and tame it. The bags under his eyes were so pronounced that it looked like he had been punched, and he didn't doubt that by the end of the day he would be. As usual, his eyes looked oversaturated and poisonous. Another wonderful abnormality quirk left him with if he didn't concentrate on keeping them a more normal shade, right along with the aura that followed him like a noxious gas. Very carefully donning his UA uniform, he sent a quick text Kaken's way to tell him to meet him at the park in half hour so they could head into school together. His mother called him from kitchen telling him breakfast was ready, and he did everything he could to smother the death hanging around him. He knew she would be just as ecstatic about his first day as he was, and he didn't want to ruin the mood with his creepiness. Just as he suspected, his mother was waiting to crush him under a loving hug that, despite his hate of being touched, made him feel safe and warm. Not for the first time, he realized how lucky he was to have such a supportive mother that didn't hate him for his villainous quirk. Inko was really too good for this world. Empathetic to an almost unhealthy level, and so kind-hearted that just looking at her made you smile. She was the poster child for loving, and he couldn't help but wonder how she had been cursed with such a twisted son. They ate in the opposite of silence, Inko rambling about how proud she was and how he would become an amazing hero. Izuku kept a smile that wasn't entirely fake on his face and answered her questions enthusiastically. When it was finally time for him to leave, she checked and then triple-checked that he had everything he needed. Notebooks? She asked. Yes, for the 10th time, he teased. Inko smiled before pulling him another hug while saying a muffled, I know, I'm just so proud of you. She pulled away and Izuku saw her eyes misting up and his own smile softened. "I'll be okay, Mom." Wiping her eyes she said, "I know." Aizawa was a man of many talents. Some he had consented to learn, like read someone and hiding his own emotions, and some he had not consented to, like learning how to play the bass guitar after Hisashi had basically forced it into his hands. One of the talents that had forced himself to acquire was the disposal of his shame, so he had no qualms about dressing in a sleeping bag and rolling to meet his new students. It was always amusing to see their reactions anyway. "If you are here to make friends, then I recommend you leave," he monotoned from the floor, attracting a few surprised glances that he catalogued accordingly. 3 students stood in the doorway, but only 2 were frozen in bewilderment. Ida Tenya and Uraka Ochako had reacted exactly as he had predicted, staring at the odd man who looked like he hadn't shaved in weeks with bloodshot eyes and cold expression. The third had surprised him by showing absolutely no sign of being nonplussed or otherwise confused. He looked just as tired as Aizawa, and his face held a myriad of scars that were so numerous that they put some heroes' collections to shame. There was absolutely no reaction other than the tiniest glint or recognition in his emerald eyes. His brain ever so helpfully supplied the boy's name and what information he had on him at the time: Midoriya Izuku, quirk, necromancy, 7th place overall with a near-perfect written exam, and although he only got 3 combat points, he received 60 rescue points for saving Uraka Ochako. Took down a 0p but at the cost of the muscles in his legs and electrocution. Necromancy was a quirk he had never heard of, and from what he had witnessed when he had watched the fight, something that never should have existed in the first place. He had seen the corpses that the boy had called, and the very idea of controlling the dead was something that was disturbing and broke way too many barriers. From what he could tell, the boy seemed to know that, and based off his posture had been told it enough as well. Bullied for many years, could have fought back with a quirk like that, but must have felt like he deserved it, and is making no moves to establish any form of dominance, but isn't looking for friends either. Content to be alone, either for personal punishment or personal safety. There was also this aura surrounding the boy that made him want to get as far away from him as possible. It was unwelcome and strange, and he attributed it to his quirk. It reeked of death, and it couldn't help but make him wonder if he could control the opposite end of the spectrum. If he could kill as easily as he seemed to call. He stood and shed his shell while skiing on a sports drink as the students stood frozen. "It took you 8 seconds to stop talking." He paused with a perfectly neutral and dark gaze that flicked from student to student, but ultimately finding its way back to Izuku, "And I recommend you change that immediately, or you will not last more than a week here." Aizawa blinked. When his gaze had returned to Izuku, he actually had to convince himself he was looking at the same boy. Instead of the meek posture but hard gaze from just moments before, he had flipped to the entirely different end of the spectrum. His expression had turned haughty, and he was now leaning on the wall with arms folded that clearly broadcasted his disdain for everyone around him. He had even somehow managed to upset his perfect uniform and abandon his tie in the few seconds Aizawa's gaze had been on others. His profiling was immediately thrown out of the window and replaced with something completely different. Because of his quirk, it was easy for him to find his place on the top of the food chain and used it to his advantage. A natural genius who wanted to become a hero for petty reasons and popularity. Wants to prove he is the best through any means possible, overinflated pride and ego, and at this point there is hardly anything we could do to knock it down. It was awfully reminiscent of another student in the classroom. His heavy gaze flipped to an ashy blonde who nearly mirrored the same profile he had just given Midoriya, but to a less extreme extent. It was complete with the glint in their eyes that showed absolute loathing for everyone in the room except for each other. Long-time childhood friends, told each other everything and no doubt trained together. The demons of their old school, but the teachers never did anything because of their quirks and intelligence. He was fairly confident that that was at least somewhat accurate. He also realized he was attracting glances from the other students at his prolonged silence as he tried to figure out Midoriya. Now was the time to introduce himself. "I'm Shoto Aizawa, your homeroom teacher." The collective gasps never got old. He once again looked at Midoriya only to do a double take at the once again complete change. How the hell the boy was messing up and fixing his uniform that fast was beyond him. It was once again immaculate, and he was staring at Aizawa with eyes wide with surprise and innocence. He looked just as scandalized as the rest of the class, and in none of any of his profiles would he think he wouldn't show anything even close to surprise. And that's when he realized what he was doing. He's profiling me. He wants to see how I react to such dramatic changes in character. Requires further observation, but I think the first one was the most accurate. Well, he had the perfect opportunity to do that in just a few minutes. Put on your gym uniforms and meet me outside, he monotoned. This one is an enigma. In the boys' locker room. His profiling of Aizawa Eraserhead had been through, and he had a fairly decent idea on how the man ticked. It was a skill he had picked up when he had helped the police on a particularly difficult murder, and it was surprisingly useful. Izuku had to keep from wincing at the idea of having to change around the other boys. Compared to the rest of his body, his face had been spared from the backlash of his quirk. It had been a topic of much discussion in middle school, and although his meeting with Uruaka and Ida had done a bit to calm his nerves, he still didn't trust the rest of his class. Kaken had immediately established himself as his own hot-headed and perpetually said self, but it was one small solace to know that he would cover for him. A boy with sharp teeth and bright red hair was busy trying to talk to Kaken and seemed to actually be getting somewhere, which was surprising. Everyone else was still buzzing with the announcement that the worn-down man was their teacher and theorizing what he wanted them to do once they got outside. So in other words, everyone was thoroughly distracted. Perfect. Peeling off his uniform as fast as possible, he successfully changed pants, but before he could get his shirt back on, someone's voice asked, "Dude, what happened to your back?" Kaken immediately picked up on the fact that the question was directed towards Izuku and tensed before spinning around to face whoever had spoken. It turned to be a boy with yellow hair with a black lightning bolt who had inquired, but he detected no malevolence in his features. Just curiosity. Well, now was the time to address it. It's from my quirk. Backlash. He was careful to keep his voice level and not focus on the laughter of the dead that echoed in his ears, trying to convince him of his worst fears. The boy shrugged and smiled, taking the statement at face value. "Oh, kinda like whenever I use a super high voltage I turn into a bit of an idiot." An electricity quirk then. He couldn't stop the relief that flooded his being at how he didn't push for more. More or less. It had taken a good 15 minutes for them to all gather, and Aizawa couldn't help but take a better inventory of his students. Everyone seemed to be unconsciously leaning away from the Midoriya, and it didn't look like they were intentionally leaning away, but he did catch a few students throw wary glances his direction. The only person who looked entirely comfortable with his presence was the ashy blonde with a crumpled uniform and scowl. Bakugo Katsuki, first-place scorer with just combat points. Based on his now protective posture, he could guess that it was because of familiarity. He didn't seem at all affected. Both were smart enough to realize that they were being avoided, and while he couldn't get a read on Midoriya behind that emotionless mask, he could clearly see that Bakugo wasn't overly fond on people's reactions to his friend. "We will be doing a quirk assessment test." He paused, waiting to see how they would react. Just as he predicted, Midoriya didn't react. Having settled into the solid ground of so entirely neutral, he couldn't get a read on him. The other students muttered, and Bakugo grinned sharp enough it looked like it belonged on a villain. "But what about orientation?" Uruaka inquired, and the other students shouted their agreements. Aizawa put all the coldness he could muster into his voice when he replied, "Orientation is a pointless ceremony. This is we don't have time for useless formalities." The students shuffled and whispered, but he continued on, "I can run this class however I see fit, and if I choose to forego things that waste time, I expect to be met with no resistance." Every pair of eyes except Midoriya's widened at his proclamation. "You never got to use your quirks on standardized tests, so they are therefore inaccurate. We will be running those tests again, but you will use the full potential of your quirks." He pointed at Bakugo, who smirked. "You scored the most points on the entrance exam. What was the farthest distance you could throw a softball in junior high?" Bakugo puffed out his chest when he replied with a respectable 71 meters. "Great. Now try with your quirk." Bakugo grinned as he stepped up and took the softball from Aizawa's hand. He stretched out his arm and then pulled back and shouted, "Gi!" followed by an explosion as the ball rocketed out into space. Behind him, He could swear he heard someone snort, and when he turned to see Midoriya snickering into his hand, he was shocked at his first show of real emotion. He looked at the tracker and held it up for the rest of the class to see. 801.2 meters. Respectable. The entire student body gasped at the impressive score, but the brief moment of shown emotion of Midoriya's part had faded and was replaced with something that looked like disappointment. That looks fun. I want to go. A girl with pink skin, Mina Ishido, said, clapping her hands together. It was followed by a round of agreements about how fun it looked, and Aizawa narrowed his eyes. You think this is fun? We have 3 years to get you to be suitable heroes. We don't have time for fun. He flashed his sharpest smile. Fools. There will be 8 physical tests, and whoever gets the lowest score will be expelled. It wouldn't be the first time he expelled a student on their first day, wouldn't be his last either. The collective panic among the students' ranks was astonishing. A few were frozen in shock. A boy with an oddly shaped purple head looked to be on the verge of tears. Midoriya stood stoically through it all, however, not even a twitch. But that's not fair, Ishido whined, but before Aizawa could reprimand her, Midoriya beat him to it. Fair? His voice seemed to echo with dozens of others. The aura around him grew and many students cringed. Bakugo tensed, probably knowing what this usually entailed. Fair? You want to know what's not fair? The people who die because heroes don't get there fast enough. Natural disasters aren't fair. Accidents happen to good people who didn't do anything other than be in the wrong place in the wrong time. He snapped his fingers, right there. Yeah, that was a child getting hit by a car because he happened to cross the road at the wrong time. He snapped again. That was someone leaping from a building because they were tired of living in a world where they were constantly persecuted. With the mention of those 2 deaths, Aizawa could swear he could hear 2 new voices join the chorus. His gaze made Aizawa freeze. It was filled with righteous fury, as if he had witnessed the unfairness of the world firsthand, and he had watched the life fade from someone's eyes, knowing that if you had just been a little bit faster, a little bit stronger, they might still be alive. If this minor inconvenience is discouraging you from being a hero, then you don't deserve to be a hero. There are other places to go. I know for a fact that if I fail come hell or high water, I am going to become a hero. He growled, so step up to the plate or get out of this school. Everyone stood in stunned silence, Aizawa included. He was busy figuring out Midoriya. For the first time it occurred to him how hard it must be to be able to know they can make death inconsequential but have to choose to not do anything about it. He wondered how many desperate cries for reincarnation he received, from either grieving families or the dead themselves. His quirk raised so many questions about its extent, and Aizawa wanted to unravel its mysteries. He figured he better get the class back on track. I couldn't have said it better myself. Walking back from school with Kakin, he allowed his mask to slip the tiniest bit. He had not meant to cause such an outburst during the quirk assessment test. The dead had for once all gathered and screamed in unison, almost forcing Izuku to say those words. He explained as much to Kakin, who told him that they had heard those voices echo his own. In the end, no one had ended up going home. Despite the hopeful screams of women who had lost their lives to the desires of men, Mineta had not gone home. For once he agreed with the ghosts, and they had resolved to do whatever they could to get the pervert expelled. He had seen him literally drooling at some of the girls in his class, and he knew so many dead who had died because of people like him, so he felt almost honor-bound to spare his classmates that experience. He had score middle of the range on the test. Not wanted to use all of his potential as to not totally terrify his classmates. He had simply thrown the softball and then asked a spirit to take it as far as possible. He had been pleasantly surprised how no one seemed overly disgusted in his quirk. Although he hadn't shown much of it, he hadn't missed how they had all leaned away from him, and he could hardly blame them. Death was never something fun to be around. Shimmering black strings ran across the room like he was trapped in a spiderweb. Each radiated an aura that he couldn't quite place. But he could taste it, like rotting apples and sunsets drenched in blood. Deserted islands and sun-bleached bones. It tasted like the horrors that lurked in the deepest parts of the ocean and the demons forged in the hearts of stars that they murdered. A horrible song grated his ears. It was little more than fingertips gliding along smooth skin. But it murmured soft secrets of decay and told of how even the sands would die. It was the lullaby of every living thing's last breath. It delighted in the small creature it had brought to its knees. Hands pressed over ears, mouth open in a silent scream, trying to shut out the song at the end of everything. A claw of shadows that made death merciful delicately picked a glistening black strand. In his very soul, he knew this creature should not exist. And then the creature that should not exist twisted and pulled. Izuku awoke shivering in his bed, begging for the dream to be purged from his memory. Nails trimmed short were cutting into his arms. He didn't feel the pain and wished he did. Everyone was shaking in excitement when it was finally time for the most important and anticipated class that they would take. Foundational Hero Studies. Izuku sat impassively in his seat, face betraying no emotion. Arms aching from the tiny grooves he had gouged out of his skin with nails he had cut for just that reason. Dark crescents shadowed his eyes like bruises, but that didn't stop the fact that inside he was a bundle of nerves with the occasional firework exploding in his stomach. He was going to be taught how to be a hero by All Might. His own personal hero. You can never be a hero. He felt the sickly sweet whispers of the dead roll over his mind. They were bad today. Why do you ever think you can be a hero with a quirk like this? A flashback to when he had run home after he took his first life. The only one he didn't bring back. Cradled in his mother's arms, she made him swear to never tell another living soul. She held him as cried, and soon her tears joined his as she whispered apologies onto his head. Can't she see that that's not what I wanted? You are a murderer. They weren't wrong. He had caused the stench of death more time than he could count. Did it really matter if he brought them back? All Might will hate you. Probably. Why would the #1 hero like a boy who could rule the damned? You can't be a hero. You're already a villain. They were right. He could kill with half a thought he had killed. He could never be a hero. You can be a FNG hero de Kairu. A sneering voice broke through the haze and the voices receded hissing. Kaken stood, leaning on his desk, red eyes drilling into his. You can be a FNG hero, goddammit, he repeated. Only then did Izuku realize that he had said that last statement out loud. Kaken knew about the stuck whispers that the dead spoke. He raged at their words, threatening to kill them again if they continued. They had only laughed. He could recognize the glaze his eyes took when he listened. Listened to them as they tried to break him down, piece by piece. It made Katsuki froth in fury that half the time his friend believed them. Sometimes he heard him mumbled responses or agreements. Their statements that he could never be a hero were common, along with his agreement. Apologizes had also fallen out of Izuku's mouth more than once, begging forgiveness as he pressed his hands over his ears to try and shut them out. But you can't shut out something that lives inside your mind, whispering words stronger than poison. They were accurate and precise. They knew Izuku's insecurities and what scabs to pick. They knew his thought process and his constantly fragile state. They knew that Bakugo was the only thing that kept him from finally shattering. Izuku stared at Kaken with a grateful smile. The ashy blonde only glared, livid that Izuku would believe such FNG bullshit. Kaken took his seat moments before the door burst open to reveal All Might, who proclaimed, "It is I." Coming through the door like a hero. Izuku watched with star eyes right along with the rest of the class. Odd gasps echoed through the room as they beheld the behemoth of a man. It's really him. It's really All Might. The whispers receded briefly only to return in full force moments later, Izuku too focused on his idol to notice or care. He strutted to the podium and turned to face the eager expressions of the class. Welcome to Heroing 101. The most important class you will take here. He quickly ran over what the class was going to be about and then to Izuku's dismay announced that they would be doing battle training. Don't lose control and kill one of your classmates. No, he would be fine. He had sparred with Kaken numerous times and everything worked out fine. Now he even had an entire arsenal of weapons at his disposal. He wouldn't even have to venture into that territory of his quirk. Your new skills mean new ways to give us more friends. He tried to push them away, drown them out by humming a soft tune under his breath. Focus on making a different sound. He saw Kaken beaming at the idea of being able to fight his classmates this early on. Murmurs were running through the rest of the class. Real combat this early? Those nervous murmurs were quickly replaced with cheers when All Might announced that they were receiving their hero costumes and the wall shifted to reveal numbered boxes. They had all turned in forms at the beginning of the year with requests for their costume design and special features. Izuku was almost ashamed to admit how long he spent revising his costume and filling out that form. His costume design had changed drastically as he grew and his quirk advanced. It was no longer the green All Might-inspired bodysuit that his mother had gifted him. As much as he would love to wear her present, he knew that I would be impractical and only make his quirk more dangerous, being it lacked the safety features he asked to be installed in the one he asked for. His hero costume was essentially a white jumpsuit with green accents that wound their way along his arms and eventually twisted around each other into intricate patterns on his back that, if you knew runes, stood for protection and life. Black gloves with more green runes on their knuckles, along with a holster for his falchion, and black combat boots. A simple white mask surrounded his eyes, which were studded with runes for clarity. White for mourning. Runes to try and keep the voices at bay. He couldn't have them distracting him or taking control. It helped minutely. All Might exclaimed in delight when they emerged into the training ground. Garbed in their costumes, they did truly look like pro heroes. Kaken looked amazing, with giant grenade gauntlets on his wrists that Izuku knew weren't just for show, and a wicked smirk on his face. All Might then began to explain how the training exercise would work. They would draw lots to decide the teams. It was a hero versus villain exercise, and that made Izuku's face pale. He didn't want to be a villain, even if it was just for an exercise. What if it finally broke down that barrier and he actually became a villain for real? Kaken picked up on Izuku's doubts but could not think of a way to reassure his friend. The muffled voices of the dead screeched and cackled, delighting in Izuku's pain. Izuku was nearly shaking by the time everything had been explained, and All Might held up the box that would decide their fate. The results were as follows. Todoroki and Shoji versus Mineta and Yaoyorozu. Katsuki and Ida versus Izuku and Uruaka. Ashido and Aoyama versus Siro and Sato. Kaminari and Jiro versus Tokoyami and Azui. Hagakure and Ojiro versus Siro and Kirishima. Izuku was filled with despair that he would be a villain, and even the runes couldn't dampen the dead's encouragement. The only good things were that he was paired with Uruaka and was facing off against Kaken. He and Kaken had faced off enough times that he knew he could keep himself under control. They were up first, and he forced his mind to forget about the fact that he was a villain. Uruaka was one of the most accepting students about his quirk and barely flinched at his aura. Kaken gave him a twisted smirk that he returned. A smile like that coming from him would usually make people want to flee in the other direction, but Kaken only took it as an invitation to go all out. The villains got to enter the building first. Uruaka didn't speak until they were with the nuke, and even then it was only to inquire what they were going to do. The girl that had helped him up on the first day and told him he had a cool quirk had retreated after his proclamation yesterday. It was probably a bad thing that he considered her even talking to him as a good sign. He had begun working on a plan as soon as the teams were announced. He knew how Kaken fought, so he would naturally be the easiest option to keep him at bay. Which left Ida to Uruaka. He told Uruaka as much. But how am I going to hold him back? Uruaka inquired, having gotten somewhat used to the shadow of death that surrounded him. And so Izuku told Uruaka his plan. You could just kill them and bring them back. Wouldn't even be that hard. The voices taunted him, offering suggestions that he would never use. He didn't want to kill them and bring them back after the time ran out. When they returned, they wouldn't be the same people. Kaken wouldn't be Kaken anymore. There was also the fact of everyone seeing him kill his classmate and friend. He doubted it would matter if he brought them back. Soon the 5 minutes were up and the heroes were released onto the compound. Izuku had stationed himself around a corner so he could intercept Kaken immediately, him being their greatest threat. Kaken would definitely follow him. This was uncharted territory for the both of them. They could go all out and not have to worry about injuring the other, because they had a chaperone and recovery girl. Well, at least Kaken could go all out. Why shouldn't you go all out as well? He tried to ignore the poisonous purrs of his own personal ghosts as he waited for Kaken to appear. Before long, the sweet smell of nitroglycerin filled the air, signaling that Kaken was closing in. At that moment, Izuku burst out of his hiding spot and took off down the tunnels. He heard Kaken growl and tell Ida to go after the bomb as he gave chase. He called skeletal hands to try and grab at his friend's ankles, but Kaken knew that tactic. He used his explosions to launch himself into the air and landed in front of Izuku. He screeched to a halt and called Akari's rotting from of to materialize. Best to give Kaken someone to tussle whom he hated. Both were all too happy to engage. Izuku shot down the hallway closest to him. The entire complex was a maze of corridors and he needed to distract Kaken for as long as possible and get him to a specific spot. He heard the mighty boom of one of his grenade gauntlets going off and he felt Akari sink into the ground, defeated. By this time he was fairly far away from Kaken but needed to keep him engaged, so he sent another corpse, this one corporeal and therefore stronger, to make sure that Kaken slowly followed. He ignored the rush of pain at the summoning. Kaken's "God effed him and Aikairu" echoed through the hallways and Uruaka's voice cracked in his ear. "What did you do? I bought us time. How's it with Ida?" "He still hasn't found where we're keeping the nuke, but he is 1 floor away from the target area." "Good. Can you get and keep him there for another 5 minutes?" "Can do." Izuku was now exactly where he needed to be and he hoped that Ida would be as well. He forced the corpse currently engaged with Kaken to stop fighting and sprint towards Izuku, with Kaken on its heels, using his explosions to propel himself forward at incredible speed. In moments he was in the same area as Izuku, explosions popping in his hands. Obviously annoyed that his prey had fled. "I wasn't lying when I said that you could be a hero. But I will the best hero, even better than you." Kaken growled. Izuku had heard this speech before, hell he had helped him make it. It just wasn't in Kaken's genetic code to be anything less than the best. It was his hubris. "Well, how about we see if you can even compete?" Izuku smirked. He needed Kaken angry. That wasn't necessarily hard, being that he was always angry, but challenging his superiority was always a good way to get him livid. Afterwards he knew that nothing they said here would be taken personally. They both knew they were competitive. Kaken much more openly so, but Izuku had determination and a point to prove. Not to All Might, not to his classmates, but to himself. "From what I can tell, you can't even handle the weakest of the dead." Izuku pet his head and let a lazy smile grace his lips. Kaken's eyes sparked with rage as he lost control and flew towards his best friend. Izuku raised his hands and 5 rotting corpses rose from the ground. He moved his hands like a puppeteer and the corpses followed his movements. It was easier to control them with physical movements instead of having to mentally battle them. He let the damper on his aura fall away entirely, filled the confined space with the shroud of oblivion. Kaken was prepared, however, explosions primed and ready. With 2 well-aimed blasts, 2 corpses fell. "Ida is in position." Uruaka's voice cracked in his ear over the din. "Give me 2 minutes." Izuku's voice was strained and he heard the distant sound of Ida's engines. "I'll try." By this time Kaken had returned another corpse to their grave. Only 2 remained. Izuku attributed their failure to his order not to injure Kaken, only to occupy his attention. Well, that wasn't going to work. The whispers increased a 10-fold, telling him to kill Kaken, to bring him to his knees, to destroy him. It was shouted in such unison that they almost took control as they did at the quirk assessment test. He needed a way of keeping that under control. Kaken was right when he said that possession was far too dangerous to mess with. He knew what he needed to do, he just didn't know how he was going to do it. Suddenly an idea struck him. It would most definitely make Kaken extremely sad at him for the rest of the day, but it would be effective. At that moment he decided it would be worth it as Kaken demolished the final corpse and directed his attention to Izuku. He would start with a right hook. He always started with a right hook. He grasped Kaken's wrist and partially flipped him. He placed his other hand under his back before he could hit the floor, so he was dipped like a dancer. Before Kaken could recover from the surprise of not hitting the floor, Izuku leaned over and softly pressed his lips to his. Kaken promptly froze in absolute paralyzing shock and didn't notice a skeletal hand gently guiding his gauntlet towards the ceiling, and once in position pulled the pin. Red eyes wide in surprise and then anger as he realized what Izuku had done. The explosion rocked the building and burst through the first few floors of the buildings, leaving gaping holes in its wake. Kaken shoved Izuku off with the absolute rage-filled voice shouted almost as loud as the explosion, Deku F dash. Izuku only batted his eyelashes innocently as pure anger radiated off the ash blonde. But before he could engage Izuku with every ounce of his fury, Akari snuck behind him and with a quick jab to a pressure point in his neck he collapsed. Eyes practically glowing with vengeance. That kiss had made it personal. And the villains win. All Might's voice echoed over the speakers. So Uruaka had eliminated Ida. The spirit's dismay, Izuku had won without significantly injuring Kaken. He would apologize later about the kiss, but it had done its job. Minutes later, they both strode out of the now demolished building to a very confused monitor room. Uruaka was apologizing to Ida, but Ida congratulated her on her win with absolutely no bitterness or malice in his voice. Kaken was an entirely different story. He hadn't spoken to Izuku and rage was still radiating off him in waves. Izuku had been friends with him long enough when it was better to let him cool off rather than try to placate him so soon. He immediately stalked off, shortly followed by Kirishima. The remaining students who had seen the feed all looked at Izuku, still obviously confused about what exactly his and Kaken's relationship was. His heart began to pound at all the attention directed him, including the questioning gaze of his idol. Retreating behind his stone-cold mask as the adrenaline of the battle wore off, he nonchalantly took a seat before Kamakiri broke the silence. "Sue, what was that?" Izuku shrugged. "We dated a while back. We're both totally fine with our current relationship, that was just to throw him off." Kamakiri chuckled nervously. "It doesn't look like it." He stared down the blonde boy. He said he lost. "He'll be over it by tomorrow." Everyone looked skeptical. Yaoyorozu was the first to inquire about something other than his personal relationships, to which he was grateful. "What exactly is the extent of your quirk?" "It's fascinating." He would have to be very careful about his answer. "I call it necromancy. I can essentially raise the dead and make them do whatever I command them." A majority of the room cringed at the confirmation. They had seen his quirk, but it didn't know if it was what it looked like. At least it explained that aura around him. "I can summon 2 types of spirits. The corpse-like ones are much easier to control but aren't as powerful as the corporeal ones." As a demonstration, he summoned one of each. A few students looked nauseous at Akari's appearance and her rotting flesh, and even the ones by the corporeal spirit looked uncomfortable. "I also recently learned that I can summon items that people were holding when they died." He returned the spirits to the ground and summoned the falchion. "I can also rip away their knowledge so I can actually know how to use the weapons, but it gives me a very potent migraine." Yaoyorozu looked on with interest, being that her quirk gave her the ability to create anything she knew the composition of that made sense. Kaminari eyed Izuku with suspicion. "What part of your quirk are the scars from?" "Right." He had said the scars were backlash. "When I summon a corporeal spirit, it leaves a mark on my body. From what I can tell, there is no pattern between size or strength of the spirit and the severity of the scar." "Does it hurt?" Izuku gave a slight smile. "It used to." He decided to leave out the voices. Everyone in the room already looked freaked out and he couldn't really blame them. Telling them that he the dead whispered to him would not overly help the situation. He also didn't tell them that the spurts had individual thought processes and were more bloodthirsty than most villains. It wouldn't bode well, knowing that their unstable classmate was the only thing keeping them in check. He would definitely not tell them that if they produced a united front, could be possessed the teen. The ground was already shaky. He knew that everyone was thinking the same thing. He had a villain's quirk. He is meddling with unnatural processes. He shouldn't be here. I know, he thought. The rest of the exercise passed without incident. Every one of his classmates had amazing, normal quirks. Shoto Todoroki had frozen the entire building with just a touch. It was amazingly powerful, and that was only half of his power. Kaken had returned, still angry and refusing to look at Izuku, but not nearly as furious as before. Kirishima must have calmed him down, and that in itself was quite a feat. Kaken left school before Izuku could even think of catching up with him. He had anticipated that. Walking home by himself, he wondered if he made the right choice, telling the class about his quirk in such detail. He really wasn't sure if he could endure another experience like junior high. Lost in his own thoughts and the dead's toxic whispers, he didn't notice anything was wrong until an explosion shattered his pondering. He was in a deserted part of town, not another soul in sight, but he could see smoke billowing from something around the corner. Breaking into a dead sprint, he skidded as he turned and saw small fires surrounding rubble from the destroyed street. In the center of the chaos was a huge lump of slime, sludge? But the thing that made him pause was what was in the center of the slime. Kaken. His vision tinted red. A rage he had never experienced rose to the surface. The dead roared in his head, and for one he agreed with them. Kaken's red eyes were wide with fear and rage. The slime villain looked to be trying to stuff himself down Kaken's throat, and the dark shadow of death hung over his best friend. His best friend. His everything. He lost all logical thought processes when Kaken saw him, and his eyes motioned for him to leave. To run. Later, Kaken would tell him that the aura of death that surrounded Izuku would increase to a level that was almost nauseating. The villain noticed it and had blanched at the small green-haired boy that was looking at him with such seething fury. Every neuron in the villain's body told him to run. To flee. But he couldn't. He couldn't move. Izuku stalked towards them, silhouettes of the dead floating around him with terrifying smiles. But those smiles were nothing compared to the look on Izuku's face. It was not human. No human could look that horrifying. It was a look that spoke of death and pain, of damnation for eternity. But Izuku didn't know any of that. He was only focused on destroying the villain that was hurting Kaken. He reached out to grab the shimmering strings of the villain's soul. Once he caught them, he twisted and pulled. He did something he swore he would never do again. He made it hurt. Every atom in the villain's body was combusting. He screamed in absolute agony as he was ripped apart. Molecule by molecule. Neuron by neuron. By the time he finally sunk into the ground, he had been begging for death for 3 minutes. Kaken stood frozen. For the first time in his life, he was terrified of Dekire. Then the aura of death faded completely. The shadows of the dead dissipated, and Izuku looked up at Kaken with tear-filled eyes. What have I done? Shoda Aizawa was not one to jump to conclusions. He prided himself on his rational thinking and not letting his emotions cloud his judgment. Meticulously picking through the behavior of his students, discovering how they thought and processed information, their secret goals and ambitions. Seeking out their flaws and deciding if they could be remedied. If those flaws could not be fixed, he cut them loose, deeming that they had no potential to be a hero, and it was better if he broke the news to them as early as possible. Not everyone could be a hero, and he had seen the devastating consequences of having a hero who did not have the correct qualities. Best case scenario, the weight of whatever damage they caused would force them to retire in shame. Worst case scenario, they found they could hide behind the guise of hero and became nothing more than villains accepted by society. He had seen the heartbreaking results of both. So, that's why he watched his classes with constant vigilance. This class looked promising, no one immediately jumping out proclaiming that they did not belong. Yes, Bakugo's anger and pride would pose a roadblock, but it was not irreversible. They would definitely need to work on how he saw the world as one battle after another, and how he reacted to the other students, calling all of them other than Midoriya, side characters. Midoriya had luckily kept him from the point where it wouldn't matter and had left just enough perpetual anger that if used correctly could be a great weapon in battle. Uraraka wasn't at this school because she wished to become a hero. However, that didn't mean that it wasn't for noble reasons. All she wanted was to support her parents, and if he could find a way to project that caring towards the entire world populace, he didn't doubt that she would become a very inspired rescue hero. Ida and Todoroki both had something to prove. Similar in theory but widely different in technicalities. Ida wished nothing more than to be like his older brother Ingenium. Tensei Ida had been one of his students and had never doubted for a moment that he didn't have the qualifications to be a hero. He was a fine choice of idol, but total emulation typically had the opposite effect and ended in two ways, either with the mimicker crushing themselves under the self-imposed pressure to be just as good as hero. He had attended too many funerals where that was the case. Or with a righteous hatred when they learned that as they copy their icon they are not as perfect as they had been led to believe. Too many good heroes had fallen to a heartbroken and betrayed fan. He also found that trying to be one's idol constricted growth and blocked development of personal style. That was one of the many reasons he disagreed with All Might. He had too many young heroes fantasizing about being just like him. Perfect. He understood the importance of him appearing perfect as symbol of peace, but it still made him wince when he saw those students trying to be his exact image. Todoroki, on the other hand, was doing everything he could to be the opposite of his father. Endeavor was hardly anyone's personal hero, but being his son, he expected him to at least hold some ounce of respect. He only found cold and hard loathing. There was not even the faintest flicker of a flame, and the furthest he had seen him go was melting his ice during the foundational hero training exercise. The boy's power was astonishing, and he was only using one half of it. He had frozen an entire building with half a thought, and with the combined force of Endeavor's hellflame he could reshape entire continents. But whatever Enji had put him through as a child had made him wrap his heart in his ice, and if they didn't do something about it soon it might never thaw, and then they might very well have a villain on their hands with enough raw power to bathe Japan in frost and embers. The only consolation was that it did seem like Shudo Todoroki wanted to be a hero of his own accord. Endeavor probably forced it upon him, but he had accepted it with true want. The only students he saw to be the true contenders for expulsion was Minoru Mineta and Izuku Midoriya. Mineta was obvious, not a particularly strong quirk paired with being a huge pervert. He had seen him literally drooling at some of the female students. That alone had made him want to force Mineta out of UA's doors. But maybe he would change. It was still too early to tell, but he had a feeling that he wouldn't make it till the end of the term. He had thought about expelling him during the quirk assessment test, but he didn't want to prematurely kick someone out, not after last time. Izuku Midoriya was an entirely different case. After their first meeting, in which he changed demeanors in the blink of an eye to profile Aizawa himself, he had gotten a decent idea of how the boy worked. He wanted to be a hero purely because he wanted to save people. You could hope for nothing more in a young hero, but Midoriya took it to the next level. He could tell almost immediately that he had almost no sense of self-worth, willing to sacrifice himself without a second thought if it meant saving someone else. Whether it was from the bullying or his quirk was anybody's guess. Fortunately, while Midoriya had kept Bakugo's arrogance and rage from consuming him, Bakugo had also kept whatever was plaguing Midoriya from destroying him. A reckless hero, even one who was only reckless with their own body, was bad news. A hero is supposed to inspire others, and if a hero is shown hurting himself with no regard for his own well-being, well, it rubs off on people. There was also the matter of his quirk. In Shota's opinion, it shouldn't exist. Plain and simple. Death is the equalizer in life, and having someone that could disrupt that balance was frankly terrifying. He didn't blame Midoriya. He had not chosen his quirk, and Shota could only be thankful that he decided to use it for hero work. If villains got a hold of his quirk, they could use to resurrect great tyrants, dictators, and long-dead evils. He had a sickening feeling that Midoriya knew this all too well. Besides, the disruption making his quirk known would be nearly cataclysmic. From every corner of the world, people would be flooding Midoriya to ask him to bring back loved ones. Scientists would also want to know how he did it, most likely with experiments that made the ones they used on Nizutame. Historians would be asking for him to find ancient philosophers so they could question them about the universe. Midoriya would probably never be able to actually be a hero. Knowing all of this really didn't help his overall mood. It really didn't help two students in his class had been absent for 3 days straight. Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. He was not a man to jump to conclusions, but he couldn't stop his mind from offering unhelpful comments. What if they were captured by villains? Improbable. They were friends, they probably got sick. That was a weak argument, even to his ears. If they weren't back by the 4th day, he decided he would bring it up with Nizu. But there was no need. 3 days after their foundational hero training, and Midoriya kissed Bakugo for a distraction. He had marked dramatic in his folder on Midoriya in his mind. The duo showed up again. Once he got over his flush of relief, he noticed how different they were acting. Bakugo was quiet and subdued. Eyes occasionally flicking to Midoriya. He didn't even make a single death threat to anyone in the class or so much as shout a curse word. But no matter how different Bakugo seemed, Midoriya was worse. The aura of death that had surrounded him like a shawl had turned into a heavy cloak. His eyes seemed to have darkened, filled to the brim with self-loathing, and had bags under his eyes to rival Aizawa's. He noticed how he flinched at nothing and sometimes seemed to JRK away from something that wasn't there. He caught snippets of whispers mumbled under his breath that he could never quite make it out. He moved through the day like he was in a haze. Almost all of his passion had drained completely. Although, he had caught the ghost of a smile when Uraraka had invited him and Bakugo to join her and Ida at lunch. He really needed to figure out what had happened in those 3 days. As he had said before, he was not a man that jumped to conclusions, but he had a sneaking suspicion about what had happened. It involved a badly burnt part of town that showed signs of a struggle but no corpses despite the heavy presence of death. He needed to discuss this with Nizu. He sincerely hoped this was one of the few times he was wrong. Katsuki Bakugo did not fear easily. Sure, he feared to losing. Feared being inferior. Feared being second best. But never once in his life had he feared Dekairu. Maybe he had once feared the corpses he called, but he had never once feared Dekairu himself. But when Dekairu, Fanji self-deprecating Dekairu, began to stalk, like a predator hunting prey towards the sludge villain who had previously been doing its hardest to stuff its disgusting self down his throat, Katsuki feared Dekairu. He felt the villain tense like he had. Every atom begging him to run from the green-haired boy with a face of nightmares, floating corpses whispering behind him, and eyes glinting with enough righteous fury to shatter stars. He felt the villain give up trying to make him into a meat suit, instead focusing on escaping from the grim reaper given flesh before them. He felt the villain strain to move, but he remained firmly frozen in place. And then Dekairu smiled and he felt every ounce of warmth leave his body. It was less of a smile and more of the baring of two sharp teeth. That's when the screaming began. The screams that would forever ring in his ears as he felt the sludge villain die around him. He felt the atoms of the villains split, ions shattering. He watched as he saw neurons slowly be dismantled. Watched molecules separate until they were hovering in the air, smaller than dust. He watched them sink into the ground as if they had never existed. The villain screamed all the while. The villain screamed for 3 minutes and 17 seconds before he sunk into the ground like the corpses that Dekairu could call on a whim. And that's when Katsuki understood. Dekairu could raise the dead. Why couldn't he kill just as easily? The aura of death was so thick he almost choked on it. He had somehow fallen to the floor, retching on oblivion and pain that was not his. He glanced up at Dekairu, not sure if he was prepared to face the monster that had stood in his place moments before. Instead, Dekairu stood stiller than a statue. Instead of the look that combusted galaxies, he wore one of utter disbelief and denial. His eyes had filled with tears and fat droplets were steadily flowing over his cheeks. What havidon wathavidon wathavidon wathavidon, Izuku repeated like a mantra, as if I could take back the sin against creation he had just committed. For the first time, Katsuki made no move to comfort him. They both knelt on the floor. Izuku in horror and Katsuki in shock. They stayed that way until they heard the sirens. Katsuki was the first to unfreeze. The area around them was a battleground, covered in rubble from where his explosions had hit and miscellaneous fires. Neither of them had any proof of what happened. The villain had sunk into the ground, not a trace of them remained. Only 2 terrified UA students. He had already been tagged for public quirk use and he truly did not know what would happen if they found him here, in the midst of this carnage he had undeniably caused. They needed to get out of here. Instinct took over. Moving on autopilot, he tried not to flinch as he grabbed the Izuku's ice-cold wrist. It was too cold. It was much too cold. He didn't have time to consider it. Dekairu was not helping him, looking perfectly content to stay on the road, shaking like a leaf and traumatized by his own power. Katsuki shared his sentiments, but they just couldn't. Thankfully, Katsuki had the raw muscles from boxing and jujitsu and Izuku had the body of a gymnast. It was almost pitiful how light he was. Katsuki dragged Izuku to his feet, forcing him to stand and try and break out of his disassociation. At some point, it had started to rain. It was almost fitting. Inko Midoriya was not a woman quick to anger. Maybe when she was younger she had been a bit wild. draining bars of their whiskey and spending her money on slot machines. But she had never been the type to explode in fury like Mitsuki and Katsuki. But right now she was so much more than livid. There were no words for the pure shards of hatred and anger that she threw at whoever had cursed her son with his quirk. When Bakugo had arrived at her doorstep, soaking wet with a trembling Aizu in his arms, she knew immediately what happened. She had taken one look at the glaze on Aizu's forest eyes. And the pure terror in Katsuki's, and she knew what had happened. Practically dragging the boys inside, she told Katsuki to set Izuku down on the couch. She could panic and rage and scream later. Right now she had to deal with two traumatized teenagers who knew too much. As soon as Katsuki had placed her son down, he promptly collapsed into an armchair. Eyes closed as tight as possible with the smallest tremor running down his limbs. She knew what had happened but not how. She knew it must have been horrible to watch something die, but this was much more. This was something that made Katsuki Bakugo shake and Aizu to disassociate to the point where he was unresponsive. What happened? She had to put steel in her veins and voice. She couldn't help them unless she knew what was wrong. Silence was the answer she received at first. She hadn't expected either to reply, but she was pleasantly surprised when Katsuki did. It lasted 3 minutes and 17 seconds, Katsuki whispered finally, gritting his teeth. He rolled his neck, eyes still closed. She had a feeling about what had lasted 3 minutes and 17 seconds, but she needed to make sure. What lasted 3 minutes and 17 seconds? Another PRGNT pause. It's death. Now it was Inko's turn to close her eyes. She could put together a basic idea of what happened. Something had attacked Katsuki, Aizu had tried to stop it, he had ended up melting it into whatever realm he called the corpses from. The only difference here was that it had taken time. The one Aizu had told her about had been instantaneous. There is no way he meant for it to suffer for that long. She tried. She was almost afraid of the answer she would receive. A grimace coated Katsuki's features. He did not speak for another 4 minutes. Yes, he did. The ice-cold fury that coated her mind made everything numb. She now understood why Aizu was in the state he was in. He never wanted to hurt anything, but he had a death quirk and had drawn out the death of a villain for over 3 minutes intentionally because it had threatened his friend. Mentally she raged. Cursed whatever merciless god had given him this power. No one should ever have to bear it. Especially not her son. She swore she could hear a hollow laugh in response. It's my fault. Katsuki ground out. It's all my effing fault. If I had just been stronger, I could have escaped myself. He wouldn't have to learn about that part of his quirk and everything would be FNG fine. She wondered if she should tell him about Aizu already knew. Everything was going out in the open anyway, and she could not let Katsuki bear this guilt. He already knew. For the first time, Katsuki's eyes flew open. What? Inko sighed. When he was 9. Someone tried to kidnap him. Katsuki leaned back in the armchair before burying his head in his arms. I felt it die. I watched as he tore apart its atoms one by one. It never stopped screaming. Inko knew that she would get nothing more out of Katsuki, so she let him be. She would try the best she could to help him cope, but he needed to come to terms with it first. She turned her attention to Aizu, who had at some point he had fallen asleep. That was good. She had seen what he's done to his arms in a dissociative state. She would have to watch him closely, but for the moment everything was somewhat calm. Still cursing whatever twisted beast had done this, she grabbed her phone to call Mitsuki because one thing was for certain. They would not be doing to school tomorrow. There was a fox with empty eye sockets bleeding waterfalls of frozen time. It turned to look at him. Its fur was ultraviolet, but that was impossible because humans can't see ultraviolet. Madness will soon become your way of life cycle breaker. The fox shifted to show the fallen remains of 2 crows with feathers covered in the blood of gods. Be prepared. Kurogiri did not like the plan. A sense of foreboding had settled into his brain, sking his doubts into his brain like a parasite. It whispered rotten lies that could all too easily turn into truths with even the smallest error in their plot. This attack was as delicate as a gauzy cobweb between a wall, slowly turning into dust. If they so much as breathed in the wrong direction, everything would come crashing down and they would be back to square one. Kurogiri himself was hardly a contender for injury or being in any danger whatsoever. With his quirk, he couldn't even be hurt save for his neck, and he could quickly warp himself out of any less than favorable situation. But it wasn't him he was worried about. He was worried about everything else. He feared for Tamura and that his childlike behavior would be their downfall. He could barely stomach the thought of Tamura being injured. He had practically raised the boy. Despite how Tamura treated him and how warped his mental attitude had become in recent years, he still cared for him like a son. The morning before the attack passed like a hazy memory of a distant dream. By now they had gone over everything necessary enough times that they could recite it from memory. They had debriefed the low-level thugs and other blackguards on their role in the plot. However, they were on a strict need-to-know basis, and not one of them other than Tamura and Kurogiri knew even half of it. This was merely the first step in a cataclysmic chain of events that would rock Japan along with the rest of the world. This would be more impactful than the slaughter of Tallinn or the burning of Madagascar. All of one's reign would be nothing compared to the sheer change they would bring to the world. However, they were not doing this to become dictators or tyrants like Naruo and Lady Dreamcatcher. This was not for power. It was to preserve humanity. If you looked at the statistics, heroism was slowly bleeding the economy dry. With every battle fought that brought down the economy another 0.000000002% if you accounted for all the damages heroes caused. That wasn't even to mention the national debt of each country that was ranking in the billions. Before long the entire world would collapse, leaving it at the mercy of people who were far less kind than the League of Villains. Law would be abolished completely and the Earth would simply not survive another dark age. The UN was obviously either not aware or completely ignoring the problem, so it fell onto the shoulders of Kurogiri and All for One to save humanity from extinction. The only way to save the world was to destroy heroism forever and place themselves in positions of high enough power they could keep it from ever returning. But no one knew any of this other than All for One and Kurogiri. They hadn't even shared this knowledge with Tamura, leaving him to think that All for One only wished for revenge on All Might. Tamura was far too immature to even be considered a major player in this plan to save the world, and until he grew up it would remain that way. Although he loathed to admit it, by the end of this all there would be a substantial loss of human life. Nothing compared to the global scale. They would be exterminated by ourselves if everything continued as it was, but still enough to make him pause. But in the end, the reward would be worth it. After all, what's a few million to an entire planet? Izuku hadn't slept since he murdered the sludge villain. More like tortured, he thought bitterly. The clip had been playing on a loop inside his head non-stop since he had felt that unimaginable power fill his veins and twisted soul. Since he felt for the villain's life and had reached out and grasped it with shadow hands. Since he hadn't simply torn it out like usual. Since he had stripped it thread by thread with what he could only describe as some sick pleasure. He had been totally unresponsive for 5 hours afterward. Trapped in his own mind with visions of dead crows, foxes with voices like galaxies breaking, and supernovas that exploded into nightmares and corpses. Afterward, both he and Kaken had been more than traumatized. Kaken had been towing the line on his mind, folding under the pressure of feeling atoms split and neurons tear. Luckily, the memories had faded until they were nothing more than painful as the feeling of total and meticulous destruction turned into smoky shades of the abomination against creation and science. Izuku, on the other hand, he remembered every little detail. The corpses that crowded around his ears whispering poison wouldn't let him forget. Hell, he wouldn't let himself forget. The dead had been relentless, seeming to amplify into a scream that was no longer just static. They were all individual voices that attacked his senses every moment at a volume to rival present mic. Nothing could shut them out, not ancient ruins, not blasting music, not trying to shut them into a precious corner of his mind that he had always kept guarded against them. The only thing that had worked was when Aizawa-sensei had used his quirk on him, and for a few moments, there was a blissful silence that left his eyes misted with tears of relief. There was a pang of crushing guilt that hounded him relentlessly. The worst part was that he didn't feel guilty he had killed the villain. Instead, he was guilty that he didn't feel guilty about it. He didn't feel anything about it really, and it terrified him. With a quirk like his, if he didn't feel any remorse about others' deaths, then he could wreak havoc the likes of which would never have been seen. He was perfectly aware that he was twisted, warped, broken. But he needed to keep it in check. Use it for the side of the angels. Maybe that's why he wanted to be a hero. To try and atone for his endless list of sins. People had started to notice the duo's shift in behavior, but they couldn't bring themselves to try and pretend everything was fine. Because everything was definitely not fine. Kaken flinched at shadows, and his eyes never stayed in one spot for more than a moment. He hardly spoke, not a threat passed his lips since the incident. A far cry from the boy who had announced his presence by bellowing about he would kill any fucker that got in his way of being the #1 hero. Even Kirishima couldn't break past Kaken's new walls with his nearly blinding smile and pure intentions. He would never forgive himself for stealing Kaken's fire. Izuku was much the same, with one key difference. While Kaken was constantly checking for any threat, no matter how irrational the place, Izuku stayed so still that he could be mistaken for a marble sculpture. He could physically feel his passion drain out of his bones and seep into the ground like the people he had killed. By this point, he had lost track of how many lives he had taken. Sure, he had brought back all but 2, but that shouldn't exclude a dozen others he had snipped their string of life for experimentation. He was so thoroughly disgusted himself that even the dead could not find any comments worse than the ones he already made about himself. Although their agreement did not help the downward spiral, he was quickly descending. Sometimes their words were so sharp and irrevocably true that he flinched and couldn't stop the whispered response. Uraraka was a small solace he found in the infinite ebony ocean of his own self-deprecation. She didn't seem to care about the now extra-potent death aura surrounding him. He could not damper further his hollow eyes or villainous quirk. She also seemed to have convinced the rest of the class of this as well, so they treated him with apprehension, not fear or hatred. She had somehow indoctrinated him into her friend group, while Kirishima had seemed to have adopted Kaken. They had actual friends other than each other. Well, maybe not friends. More like people who didn't hate him. It baffled him nonetheless. Inko was something else he didn't deserve. Not even the tiniest bit. She was just so good, so sweet, so loving. Despite everything, she hadn't even hesitated to help her demon of a son. She didn't deserve a monster like him. She didn't deserve to be kin with a murderer. He definitely didn't deserve her unconditional love that hadn't even paused to make sure that he and Kaken were going to be okay. She hadn't even questioned the fact that he had tortured someone. It wasn't as if he didn't notice how she had changed over the years because of him. She had always had steel in her veins, but because of him, it had risen to the surface. She was still sweet and kind and nearly impossible to anger, but she was no longer soft. Her glare could intimidate even Kaken. He noticed how the weight she had gained had been slowly disappearing, and how she sometimes came home at night drenched in sweat as she threw boxing gloves into a box she thought was secret. How she could lift the couch to vacuum with her quirk when she had previously struggled to lift even a frying pan. He wasn't so naive to think that she hadn't been training to defend herself in case he lost control. She was really training to protect him in case someone tried to take him away because of his quirk. Lord knows he wouldn't fight back. Nothing could keep him from wondering how, despite how much of an absolute abomination he was, his mother and Kaken remained by his side. Ready to protect him and much more accepting than they should be. Even knowing what he could do, having felt what he could do. After it had nearly broken him, Kaken hadn't abandoned him. If anything, he had grown even closer. He was still paranoid and touchy, but never about Izuku. He wasn't even nervous at all about his presence. Hell, he had carried Izuku to his mother's house while he was having a panic attack to keep him from being arrested. He didn't deserve him. He didn't deserve his mother. He didn't deserve anything other than the demons running around in his head. He didn't deserve to be a part of the hero course. He didn't deserve to be a hero. He didn't deserve his dream. He didn't deserve to be alive. But he still found himself on a bus, surrounded with people who had more good in their pinky finger than he had in his entire body. Kaken sitting next to him in the very back with red eyes filled with concern. He recognized the glaze on his eyes took on when he became trapped in his own mind. Only now Izuku didn't try and escape from the masterful webs of horrible truths his brain and the dead wove. Aizawa-sensei had announced a field trip and Class 1A had piled onto the bus. Izuku immediately heading to the seat in the furthest corner. Away from the light created by his classmates, not wanting to taint it with his presence. Kaken had immediately noticed, and with the concerned gazes from Uraraka, Azui, Ida locked on Izuku, he had given Kirishima a short explanation and had taken the seat next to his childhood friend. No one had any idea what had happened in the few days that had been absent or what had prompted the dramatic change in their behavior. Izuku had always been slightly withdrawn, but not to the point where he almost actively avoided everyone. It had been a challenge to get him to join them at lunch and nearly impossible to actually engage. They considered him a friend nonetheless and were worried about him and Kaken. Izuku had said nothing when his best friend had taken a seat next to him, content to wait for him to leave and rejoin the rest of the angels. His eyes stared unseeing at the scenery that passed as the dead screamed into his mind with unkind honesty that he found himself agreeing with. Kaken only watched him, not knowing what to do to try and comfort his friend. He was just as broken as him from the experience but was taking it better than Izuku. Izuku didn't doubt that he would be back to his normal self soon enough. For which he was grateful. If Kaken didn't make a full recovery, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Hell, he was barely able to live with himself now. After a few minutes of Kaken's silent stares, he did something that Izuku did not expect. He slapped him. Immediately snapping out of his hazy state, he glared at Kaken with outrage and confusion written clearly on his melancholy features. Most people would have flinched at the weight his eyes carried, but Kaken's irises were just as shrouded and fractured as his. "What the hell?" Izuku exclaimed, drawing the attention of the other student who was theorizing about what had happened to Bakugo and Midoriya. Kaken dropped his voice until he was whispering with enough conviction that Izuku was almost compelled to believe him. "You need to snap out of it. You did it to save my butt? If that isn't the most heroic thing, then I don't know what the F you want. People are going to die when we are heroes. In situations like that, would you rather it be that slime motherfucker or my weak butt?" The dead screeched in outrage and Izuku blinked before looking down. "I tortured him, Kaken. I broke him apart bit by bit and enjoyed it." Kaken opened his mouth to rebuke his claim, but he was cut off by Izuku's voice shaking with fury. "He wasn't even the first one either. I told you about how I practiced how to use it. How I can kill with barely a thought. If that isn't villainous, then what is?" Kaken's growl and anger were as potent as Izuku's when he replied, "You practiced so you wouldn't lose control and end up killing an entire population. There was no other way to could learn how to use it and keep it under control. So what you can kill with half a thought. Look at me. I can blow off someone's head if I'm not careful. Look around you. We all have dangerous quirks that can kill someone if we aren't careful. It's your fault that yours is a hell of a lot more straightforward." Izuku opened his mouth, but Kaken cut him off. "Don't say word, Dikairu. I am not done, you idiotic motherfucker. What matters here is that we are all using out quirks to be heroes. If you went and became a villain, then we would have a problem, but you aren't. You are here to be a motherfucking hero, and that so-called villainous quirk saved my life." For once the dead were silent. They never outright lied, more played into fears with horrible truths that Izuku either didn't want to hear or didn't want to know. It made their words hurt more, knowing what they said wasn't wrong. Their silence meant that they couldn't find any way to twist the truth of Kaken's words. Since it was a statement about the present, they could morph possible futures into post-tense words. It reassured him more than he cared to admit, even if he himself didn't believe it. He didn't reply and turned back to the window. Just because the dead couldn't find flaws in the reasoning didn't mean that he couldn't become that in the future. For all he knew, he was already on that path. It was true when they said that you wouldn't recognize you had passed the line of good and evil until it was in the mirror. If he passed that line, he could rain terror on the world the likes of which had never been seen. The Seraphs would be nothing compared to the power a single Izuku Midoriya held. He knew that he could be worse than an entire infamous villain group and could bathe the world in darkness if he played his cards right. He hated that the dead had seared that poisonous and unwanted truth into his head. Kaken didn't move to leave and only sat, resigned to Izuku's silence and let his presence make a bigger statement than any words. No one had heard the whispered argument. Well, no one other than one Shoto Todoroki, who had been sitting alone in the seat in front of them and was now very well aware that Izuku Midoriya was perhaps more dangerous than anyone he had ever known. Katsuki was more than worried about his best friend. So was everyone else on the bus, but those FNG extras didn't have the slightest idea of what was happening, so they didn't FNG matter. Katsuki had been the biggest part of this and had been suffering from it as well, but not nearly as much as Dikairu. He had mostly either forgotten or repressed the memories and feelings about what had happened that afternoon. He was still on near constant vigil and wouldn't let himself relax in case those FNG feelings somehow returned. He knew it was FING irrational and insane, and he hated every minute of it, but they had somehow become stupid, idiotic, dumbass reflexes that no matter what he did, could not be stopped. Dikairu had been forcing himself to relive the whole shitty experience, and even if he denied it, Katsuki knew the truth. He wasn't letting himself forget so he could heal. The absolute idiot nerd hated himself so much about it that he felt like he deserved to deal with it and was basically torturing himself over it. He knew that those shitty motherfucking corpse voices were not helping the situation. He wanted to blast those assholes into oblivion, but being that he couldn't even see those cowardly beaches, he could only try to combat the absolute bullshittery of their words. Dikairu needed to wake the F up and realize that he was a FING good person with a quirk he used for good, and that he was so much better than he thought he was. Katsuki wanted to scream it at Dikairu's dense as hell nerd brain until he believed it too. He knew that everyone on the FING bus would agree with him, even the FING perverted Great Beach, that he wanted to blast the face off 24, even FNG half and half, who was just a high-grade a-hole who thought he was better than everyone else, would agree. All of the FING extras in his and Dikairu's life would agree with him. And the FING moron refused to believe it. He eyed the shitty nerd as he stood at the back of the group and watched No. 13 with dull eyes as they explained that they would be doing rescue training for different types of natural disasters. The rest of the group had laughed when they had called it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. At one point in his life, Dikairu might have laughed too, and fanboyed over meeting No. 13 and been bouncing with excitement that he was training to be a hero. But this Dikairu did nothing but blink at how impressive the stadium was. Even Katsuki had to admit that it was impressive, with the different parts accurately imitating various natural disasters. It enraged him that the FNG nerd wasn't as excited about this as that brown-haired extra with a gravity quirk and a mean streak a mile long that had been working to befriending Dikairu since he got to this FNG school. He was also sad at himself for not being FNG strong enough to fight off that FNG slime motherfucker and made all of this bullshit happen. He watched Dikairu while also doing his involuntary scan of everything that could go wrong in the place, and there was a lot that could go wrong. This place was brimming with potential threats, so his body was naturally more tense than a coiled spring. Their teacher went to talk with No. 13, and he heard something about how All Might was supposed to be here, and heard Aizawa sigh and say that he was the picture of irresponsibly, and he felt complied to agree. From what he had seen of the man's teaching practices, he wasn't overly confident. He was pulled back from his observations by No. 13 asking for their attention. They held up their hand and proceeded to give them literally the same speech he had given Dikairu on the bus. Maybe it comes from a pro made it more impactful. Difang hoped so. Suddenly, every hair on his body was on end as he sensed something eerily similar to the feeling he had experienced when he was inside the dying villain. He glanced at Dikairu, who had somehow gone more frozen than the effing statue he already was. He shifted slightly until he was looking at Katsuki and gave him the tiniest shake of his head. He felt it too and agreed with how fundamentally wrong this was. Terror gripped his already pounding heart at the thought of experiencing something like that again. Deep down in his soul, he knew his mind wouldn't survive it. In the main courtyard, the air rippled, giving off waves of the feeling that his classmates didn't seem to notice. Their teacher, however, did, and spun around as soon as a swirling vortex of purple-black was birthed into existence and expanded until it took up the entire courtyard. Katsuki swore he saw yellow eyes stare at them from the top of the void. panic had taken root deep in his stomach, and he was nearly shaking from the feeling of spitatum sanchiterdroncesurubroki part bit feeling that was practically radiating from the inky black. The rest of the class were too fing dense to understand that this thing should not exist. It should not be here. It should not. It should not. It should not. Then things started to emerge from the void. First was what seemed to be a man covered in hands, shortly followed by dozens upon dozens of what looked like to be thugs and villains armed to the teeth. Katsuki had completely frozen as Aizawa had barked orders at No. 13 to protect the students. Deku had at some point appeared at Katsuki's side and was staring at the void as it spawned more people. Is this part of the training? Kirishima asked, peering at the vortex as if there wasn't something fundamentally wrong with it. No, he and Deku said at the same moment, voices filled with such conviction that everyone turned to look at them. Katsuki's face had gone whiter than a sheet and sweat was shining on his skin. Izuku's eyes were narrowed with an emotion that couldn't quite be described, mouth set in a grim line. Several flinched at their eyes. Both of their gazes were filled with the knowledge of something neither should know. They were so entrapped at the mysteries that lied in the eyes of their classmates that no one noticed Aizawa strap on his glasses and move to attack the villains until Deku stopped him with his words, "Don't. You won't survive to see the end of that battle." Aizawa didn't flinch or give him any response other than, "Those are villains." The rest of the class were apparently so stupid that they didn't already know that and all immediately understood the gravity of the situation with a round of gasps. "And I am a pro-hero. It's my job to defend you against villains. If I die, so be it." Over his erratic heartbeat and short breaths, Katsuki's respect for Aizawa grew. In the courtyard, he heard the hand villain say something about All Might. How he was supposed to be here and that they were planning on killing him. He felt his blood run cold when he proclaimed that maybe killing a few of them would bring him out. Without another word, Aizawa leaped into action despite Deku's warning, and after spending so long listening to the nerd ramble about heroes, Katsuki knew he was right. Eraserhead wasn't as close-range hero. He was a stealth hero, winning his battles by erasing villains' quirks and then capturing them with his support weapon. He wasn't cut out for a group this large. And then his classmates started talking rationally and Katsuki shoved the impending panic attack about the feeling into a tiny box. He needed to have a rational mind and couldn't be distracted by stupid fang feelings of destruction from a traumatic event. One of the villains must have a quirk that's blocking our communications. A girl with a ponytail said, "It must be keeping their presence hidden. They must have chosen this place because it's isolated at this time because a class was being taught to gain entrance into the school. They obviously have a plan and their main objective is to kill All Might. To destroy the symbol of peace and disrupt Japan." Deku added, the battle having snapped him out of whatever idiotic stupor he had been stumbling around in for the past few days. "Kaminari, try using your quirk to alert the school." The Pikachu Beach, who must have been Kaminari, nodded and set to the task. Meanwhile, Aizawa was kicking the villains and seemed to be winning. Many paused before taking him on, but Katsuki knew that it wouldn't last long. The rest of the class were running to the doors and he and Deku followed but didn't entertain the thought of them actually escaping. Whatever was creating that feeling wouldn't let them just leave. If they went to the trouble of disabling all of their comms, then they would definitely have something planned. Sure enough, the void that had previously been in the courtyard had appeared before their classmates. The terror almost set in again at the sheer wave of the destruction off their fundamentalpertsas theory melted in tone, a thing that radiated off of the void that he now understood was a villain with a warp quirk. He locked it away into a corner of his mind to deal with later. "I am so pleased to make your acquaintance. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for the rude intrusion, but we needed to say hello. Although this is a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to meet his demise, is it not?" Katsuki snarled, but the villain paid no mind. "But he isn't here, is he?" There must have been some change in plans. Suddenly the villain expanded as he spoke, growing into a regular fng wall of a dark void. "It doesn't really matter in the end. I still have a part to play. Starting with torturing all of you to death." Katsuki's vision was tinted red. This motherfucking void beach thought he could kill them? What fng joke? This son of a beach was a effing idiot if it thought it could take them. He met Shitty Hair's gaze and they both knew what they needed to do. He tensed as he prepared to jump the villain and give him a face full of explosions, but he saw Deku glare at him and shake his head. He didn't speak but gave a discreet gesture towards no. 13. That's when Katsuki saw that they had opened one of the finger holes in their suit, and that meant one thing. They were preparing to use their quirk. He caught Kirishima's eye and gave the tiniest shake of his head, eyes going to no. 13's finger, and he hoped Shitty Hair got the message. 13 raised her finger and prepared to use their quirk, but the villain disappeared. They all spun around looking for the void beach. Had the FING coward really jumped ship and left? But then he felt the wrongness appear behind him, and before he could attack he was falling. Falling through the void on the floor. Falling into the shattering gata fever thing and theta composition off of her eye part. Izuku was in the water. He opened his eyes and began swimming towards the surface, mind racing. Aizawa-sensei won't be able to stay alive for very long. I have to help him. What happened? 13 was going to attack the villain, but it must have warped us into different zones. Where's Kaken? He can handle himself, but because of me, he isn't the most mentally stable. Suddenly he was ripped from his train of thought by a fish villain swimming straight towards him with rows of teeth prepared to tear him apart. He hated that his first thought was to kill him. Do it. It's a villain. He deserves it. The dead's voices echoed his subconscious, and he tried his best to dismiss their voices. He moved to summon a corpse, but he had never used them underwater, so he wasn't sure how well they would work. There was a very good chance that they would be near ineffective, water bloating their rotting flesh. If he wished to live, it would probably come down to him killing the villain or the villain killing him. Did he really want to live, though? Either luckily or unfortunately, he was saved the indecision by Azui barreling towards the villain and kicking him right in the snout, blasting him towards the bottom of the pool. She wrapped her tongue around his waist and pulled him towards the surface before lowering him onto the boat in the shipwreck zone. To the dead's hissing hatred, he was shortly joined by Mineta, who was not set down nearly as gently as, so he assumed he said something inappropriate to invoke Azui's annoyance. Within moments, Azui was climbing from the water on the side of the ship. "Thank you, Azui," he said, pulling her up the final stretch. He wasn't naive enough to say that she had saved his life. He would have survived, but the villain wouldn't have. Reflexes would have probably kicked in, whether by the dead taking control or his own training. Although he didn't want to take another life ever again. "Call me Tsu," Tsu said, popping up from the side of the ship. "This isn't good." Izuku shook his head. "No, it really isn't. According to that villain, All Might was supposed to be here today." Tsu croaked. "They must have gotten our schedule when those reporters broke into the school, Karo." Izuku looked at her in confusion. "What?" Tsu waved a hand. "You weren't here. Some reporters somehow got into the school." She paused. "Well, I guess we know how they did. Now." She was handling the situation remarkably well, and he applauded her on her level head. It's not like they actually thought they could take on All Might. Once he gets here, it's all over. Mineta exclaimed, looking for any small glimmer of hope. Izuku was ready to throw him into the water for multiple reasons. Why not just kill him now? He ignored the voices and stared at Mineta. "Well, he isn't here right now, and he had no way of knowing that we are in danger, so we are just going to assume that he isn't going to show up." Mineta immediately sobered, and Tsu croaked sadly before adding, "Plus, if they are coordinated enough for this attack, then they might actually have a way to kill All Might." Izuku nodded, and Mineta's eyes filled with tears as he began to whimper as he looked between Tsu and Izuku, and after finding no remorse or pity in either of their eyes, proceeded to panic. This was not helped by the villains in the water having risen to the surface and rushing the ship from all sides. Izuku dismissed Mineta's blubbering fear. They had no time for it, and looked at the only valuable person on the ship. "We need to get out of here. Alert the school. I wasn't kidding when I said Aizawa-sensei wouldn't live till the end of the battle." Tsu croaked. "We have to help him. But we have to get over to him first." "How are we going to do that?" Izuku had been thinking about something off with Tsu's placement with the warp. If they wanted her out of commission, they wouldn't have placed her where she would be strongest, like a water zone. So they obviously didn't know her quirk and therefore didn't know anyone else's. He tried to put as much unknowable knowledge in his gaze when he looked at a panicked Mineta and an oddly calm Tsu. So, here's what we are going to do. Shoto Todoroki knew all about danger. He knew what it felt like to touch the live wire that was waking every morning to his body protesting its very existence only to push it again until it was so close to the breaking point he could only choose between his father's rage or it shattering underneath him. Until failure was so unthinkable that it was practically a nightmare. He knew what it was like to wish for it to just stop, but the consequences of which would be so severe it immediately made it not worth it. He knew the consequences and had dealt with them enough that pain was merely an annoyance. Where hypothermia was no more than an irritant and broken bones didn't even cause him to grit his teeth. Where starvation was no more than an obstacle in his way and burns weren't even enough to flinch over. He knew every moment he spent with his father held more danger than any moment in any child's life should ever be acquainted with. It was because of his understanding of danger that he knew fear like a childhood friend. It was only because he had lived with a subtle, constant fear that he wasn't overtaken by panic when he fell through the shifting portal. He watched Midoriya, perhaps the most dangerous person in the USJ, fall through the warp gate, and he wondered what the boy would do when backed into a corner. He couldn't help but think he might be the greatest threat the moment. It was the boy who could apparently kill as easily as he breathed that spawned the terror in his heart. He didn't doubt that every word of his and Bakugo's argument was truthful. It made sense from a logical standpoint. If he could bring back the dead, then why couldn't he send living things to the grave just as easily? He couldn't be sure if the source of all of the boy's scars were in fact from summoning the dead or killing the living. If their argument was to be believed, then he could infer that there was no backlash from the darker side of his quirk. If there was indeed no limiter, then nothing could stop Midoriya from eradicating the villains, and if he wasn't careful, everyone else in the vicinity. Now it was only a matter if he would fold and use it. If his behavior was because of whatever incident had caused the radical change in both him and Bakugo, he hated using it, and even all of these days later was still choking on guilt and regret. He knew all too well what it felt like to refuse to use a part of your power. Even now he could feel his father's power struggling to escape from his self-imposed shackles. Riding snakes of hellflame coiled under his skin, begging to be set loose on his enemies. He was a product of two great legacies, a hymn of ice and embers intertwining to create him. Him whose power was second to only Midoriya, and he needed to make sure that whatever shadows pooled in Midoriya's veins wouldn't burst from what damper Midoriya placed on his quirk and destroy them all. After all, even ice and fire couldn't stop raw death. Years of brutal training took effect when the void deposited him on hard slanted dirt surrounded by half-submerged buildings. A landslide then. His ice had already begun to spiderweb across the ground, centered from his landing point. He hadn't a chance to see what he was facing. He might very well be freezing his allies as well as his enemies, but he could always thaw them later. A quick glance around the soon-to-be battleground told him that no, there wasn't a single classmate in the area. Good, he wouldn't have to be careful about mediating the harsh winds of his ice. Torture us to death, huh? He made his voice go as cold as his ice when he spoke. He had power in his blood that had resulted in the deaths of thousands. He knew his lineage. He knew that he was kin with some of the greatest villains in history. These minor thugs were nothing compared to him, and they were fools if they thought they could take the great-great-grandson of Lucifer and come out of the battle unscathed. Especially now that the ice of the great commander of armies conjoined with the flames of hell. To me, you look like nothing more than common thugs and lowlifes. He twisted to the left and grabbed the pole, trying to take off his head. He commands frost to run down its surface, and it soon explodes outward, trapping the villain in a block of solid ice. He sent a wave of Arctic ice behind him, not caring how many villains it took out. They were nothing compared to the sheer power at his fingertips, and he had much more pressing things to worry about other than some mediocre at best blackguards. You can't even take a single student and you think you can kill All Might? He broke off the spear of the villain. It's truly pitiful. He knew that his classmates took many things for granted, as a day spent with friends, a simple game of tag in a courtyard, sleeping in on weekends. But he also knew that they were strong. He didn't doubt that they could handle themselves against these villains. Despite Bakugo's inflated ego and increasingly unstable mental state, he had a very powerful quirk that he had near mastered. Uraraka could send things into oblivion if she wished and trained hard enough. Not to mention Midoriya and his overpowered death quirk. He listened to the villains beg for mercy, spilling all their secrets in the process. None of them are high enough on the totem pole to know anything overly valuable, but it's enough. He waffled between locating Midoriya and making sure he doesn't lose control and helping Aizawa. Midoriya would have been speaking the truth when he said that he wouldn't survive the battle. He would know, death surrounds the boy like a second skin. He makes his decision. Midoriya said he practiced that part of his quirk, so he would just have to trust that he had a good enough handle on it they could avoid mass murder. Locating the central plaza in which Aizawa had been fighting the villains, he takes a moment to double-check that it is indeed the right direction. Gliding on newly formed ice, he takes his frozen highway to assist his teacher. Katsuki Bakugo comes out of the portal swinging. Explosions already primed on his hands and armed to go off at a moment's notice. His vision swims and the feeling the portal gave him dances atop his skin like living firecrackers. He wants to itch and scrape off every inch of his skin to rid himself of that FNG feeling that haunted his nightmares. He stumbles, but a hand catches him before he hits the floor. He rights himself and sees it was Kirishima that caught his fall. "Thanks," he growls, stepping away. "No trouble." Kirishima was cut off by a large fist shattering the ground where he used to be standing. In response, Katsuki lets off an explosion, moving around the large villain, using his explosions to further his speed. Within moments, the villain in on the ground, leaving a clear window for Katsuki to realize that they were surrounded almost entirely by more villains. He doesn't get a moment reprise from the rhino-like villain as he needs to dodge the blade hands of another. He tries to locate Kirishima and is relieved to find Shitty Hair holding his own. But he didn't want him to get hurt. Then his mind catches up with the situation and time stops. Dikairu, where the F is Dikairu. He was worried about him for two reasons. One, who the F knows what his mental state was and if he would even try to save himself, and two, he very obviously lost control when Katsuki was in danger, so what the F would he do when all of his friends were in trouble? He didn't know if he could kill multiple things at once, and this wasn't the FING time to find out. If those corpse beaches took control, then none of them would be alive to see tomorrow. He hated that he had to categorize his best friend as a threat, but right now he needed to FING focus on staying the F alive and locking away any fear or personal goddamn attachment to anything. Unfortunately, he had been lost in thought for too long and was shocked out of his mild panic by a knife slamming into his shoulder. He barely processed the pain and flew towards the villain who had thrown the knife. He slammed into her shoulder, knocking her along with the villain behind her to the floor. His instincts screamed for him to duck, and that was perhaps the only thing that kept him from receiving a face full of death. A machete soared over his head as he swung and kicked low. The machete villain toppled to the floor as Katsuki flew over his body to engage the villain behind him. Soon, the air was filled with the sweet smell of nitroglycerin as Katsuki's ears started to ring with how many explosions he was letting off, and he was dimly aware that he might have some form of hearing loss from such long exposure to such loud noises. He couldn't do anything about that FING bullshit, so he ignored it and chose to deal with those consequences later. He could only hope that Kirishima hardened his eardrums or some sheet. Everything hurt. His shoulder was screaming and his hands were raw from using so many explosions in consecutive order. He can't hear anything other than the ringing, and one of his eyes is bleeding and swollen shut. But this pain is temporary, and him or Kirishima, if dying, is not. He fires his gauntlet grenade and it knocks over half of the remaining villains. Each attack had been meant to debilitate and not permanently injure, but if he didn't want to end up blowing off his own FNG hands, he needed to stop being merciful. If he didn't need to make sure that they didn't all die, then he couldn't waste time making sure that all these dumbass villains weren't overly hurt. He quickly followed his grenade's blast by a massive explosion from his hands that set them tingling and hard to move, but it did its job and there were only a few villains left standing, looking nervous and slowly backing away from the boy whose eyes shone with unbridled fury and weight of death. He didn't pause, launching himself at the villains, using his explosions to further his movements. Soon enough the villains were on the floor and Katsuki could barely move his hands, but he had to make sure Kirishima was all right. Luckily, Shitty Hair was holding his own well enough against his good dozen villains. Katsuki growled in annoyance and was slightly worried about if his hands and hearing would survive the experience, but right now Kirishima would probably appreciate some assistance. Katsuki went back to his precise attacks. He couldn't risk another big blast, and in a few minutes it was only Kirishima and him left standing. Kirishima went to flash him a smile of gratitude, but his face fell when he took in Katsuki's haggard appearance. His ears were bleeding, his face was almost bruised beyond recognition, his hands were purple and raw, and there was a knife sticking out of his shoulder. "Dude, are you okay?" Kirishima asked. Katsuki couldn't hear him, but he could read lips well enough. He couldn't hear himself talk, but he tried to mediate his voice well enough. "What the F does it look like? Don't even think about taking out that knife. It's the only thing keeping me from passing out from blood loss. I can't hear shit, so I need you to look at me when you talk so I can read your lips." Kirishima's face paled. "Bro, you need some serious medical assistance. Does it look like we have a FING hospital in the vicinity?" Katsuki half shouted, half whispered, not knowing his volume level. "You need to help Aizawa. Dikairu wasn't lying when he said he wouldn't live through the battle. I need to find that FNG nerd and make sure he doesn't do anything FNG stupid." Kirishima shook his head. "No. You need to sit this out." Katsuki laughed, a harsh laugh that grated on ears. "I need to find that shitty nerd or we might not live to see tomorrow." Kirishima opened his mouth to protest, but Katsuki was already gone. Sprinting his way across the zone towards the plaza where an either unconscious or dead Aizawa was down, bleeding and broken, Azui who was laying in a pool of her own blood, and a blubbering Mineta. The only thing that stood between them was FANG Izuku, draining the very light from the air as corpses roamed with smiles of nightmares. Some deep instinct inside Katsuki told him that they would all be thoroughly F'd if he didn't do something now. "An O1F look," he roared as loud as possible. He felt some of his vocal cords strain and fray. Kirishima skid to his side and was making no move to heed his warning, so that left only one thing to do. Katsuki tacked him to the ground, shielding him the force of the impending shitstorm. Katsuki saved Kirishima, but he couldn't save himself. He watched as Izuku cracked and fractured and broke. Katsuki's warning didn't reach Tokoyami and Koda in the squall zone, but Dark Shadow felt the shift and wrapped itself around its master and his classmate, sparing them from the onslaught. Yairozu heard Katsuki's warning and grabbed a shocked Kaminari and pulled him under the blanket along with a comatose and bleeding Jiro, and none of them saw anything. Ojiro looked toward where Katsuki's voice had come from and in his moment of distraction was stabbed through his stomach by a villain, and as his vision faded out before everything shattered. Shoji and Mino were too preoccupied with making sure No. 13 and Uraraka were alive to look anywhere by their fallen friend a hero. Ida didn't hear Katsuki as he sprinted towards the school and ran into All Might, who took off towards the USJ a few seconds too late. Todoroki took Katsuki's warning and as he glided towards the courtyard, turned until he was facing the opposite direction. Izuku took a lungful of sweet air as he surfaced. Both Tsu and Mineta were sopping wet and he couldn't say he much better. Behind him, there was a group of terrified villains, stuck together with some of Mineta's sticky ball and murmuring to themselves about dead sharks that herded them together and corpses that walked on water. The first thing he saw was Aizawa being crushed under a purple thing with bulging eyes and an exposed brain. Aizawa himself was a mess of crushed bones and twisted limbs. His face was slowly being slammed into the ground by the shrieking purple things that could not have been human. Suddenly the void villain appeared at the side of the hand villain. He said something about one of the students escaping and relief flooded Izuku, but it was quickly squashed. Death loomed over Aizawa and the student would not be able to get help fast enough to save their teacher. The hand villain growled and scratched his neck, tearing the skin. He threatened the void villain, but the warp gate didn't so much as flinch. When he said something about leaving, Mineta started to cry tears of joy, but something was wrong here. Now was the perfect time to attack, and after this, it would be so much harder to have an opportunity this wonderful again. Izuku felt his blood run cold when the hand villain turned and with a crazed look in his red eye said, "But we should make sure the symbol of peace is broken. With nearly impossible speed he flew towards Tsu, and Izuku could do nothing when he placed his hand on her head and it started to flake away underneath his touch. He remembered Aizawa's ruined elbow and knew that he had some kind of disintegrative quirk. If he didn't do something this instant, Tsu would die. Almost in a daze, he called upon as many malevolent corpses as possible. He needed ones more bloodthirsty than a serial killer and with a score to settle. Within moments the villain was pulled off Tsu by rotting corpses that radiated bloodlust, and they set upon the villain, who exclaimed in surprise before commanding the purple thing Nomu he called it to deal with them. Tsu toppled backward into the water, blood tinting it red. The Nomu tore apart his corpses like they were toothpicks, but Izuku was done. He would not let any more of his friends get hurt. The air darkened and Izuku didn't hear a word of the hand villain's ramblings. His vision wasn't tinted red, it was tinted black. He didn't process the fact that he was dipping deeper into the land of the dead than he had ever before, passing the plane of humans and going further. Shadows clung to him as the air sparked and the villain stopped talking, instead choosing to watch as Izuku flickered in and out of existence. He was still watching when Kurogiri warped behind him and forced him back to the bar. Izuku didn't try to use the part of his quirk that killed on the Nomu. He had thought about it but then decided it would be too civil. So he went, DOWN, DOWN, W. He went down until he hit the bottom. The lands of the dead blurred past as he ignored everything human entirely. And then he reached out blindly and grasped the first thing he saw. Then he rocketed it towards the land of the living. The first thing he felt was the pain. Blinding, shattering, destructive pain. Pain that no one should be able to survive. Everything was on fire and frozen and being torn apart. Everything was shattering. He was shattering. I guess that's what you get when you bring a god back to life. And then Izuku Midoriya died. Rules for when encountering a god. Do not look at it unless you are willing to face the consequences. There are galaxies in their eyes. Do not look at them. Its whispered secrets are lies. They are immortal unless proven otherwise. Prove them otherwise. The runes it gives you are powerful, too powerful for a living human to ever hope to wield. If you challenge them to a battle and win, congratulations, you are now a god. Remember rule number 1. Deals are made to be broken. Never speak their tongue, the spiders only lie. Protection is optional but necessary if you want to stay alive. You are only as powerful as you think you are. They can be prey just as easily as you. From the journal of a long-dead immortal. They felt the reverberations across star systems and alternate realities. The entire world seemed to hold its breath as a young hero in training fell by his own quirk and his final act was carried out. There was a silence that seemed to stretch forever as a boy, who had been called Kaken by the one, who's falling deep into the abyss of death, but Bakugo by most, watched through one good eye as his childhood friend flickered like a candle and felt a special type of rage as he protected a boy with dyed red hair from witnessing the green-haired boy's last command. There was a sentient quirk, who was made of bloodlust and vengeance, that despite its lack of heart, had wrapped itself around its master and his classmate in an effort to save them from insanity. In that moment of self-sacrifice, that stirred its brethren, for when the SLV protects the master it is truly a moment to wake for. There was a boy in a karatiji, laying alone surrounded by fire, with a wound in his stomach with no more than 5 minutes left in this world. His biggest regret is that he would not die surrounded by friends, but by enemies. Unconsciousness took him, a form of mercy in many ways. There was a girl who was supposed to be powerful, but as she clutched her bleeding friend underneath a blanket, had never felt so helpless. By her side was a boy with a quirk that fried his brain, but even he understood that something was shattering the realms of oblivion and they should heed the warning of their classmate that had echoed across the arena moments before. There was a child with 6 arms and another with pink skin, tending to a hero and a classmate who had been partially turned to dust. They understood they should not look anywhere other than their wounded for multiple reasons, fearing what they would find if they saw the plaza where they had heard a silence be born. There was a boy who paused his sprint for no other reason but because the word commanded it. He had felt the shattering of immortal chains and worried for his friends as his mind froze with terror because he was no longer safe. No one will ever be again. There was a hero whose very existence was a lie that had arrived a few seconds too late. He paused before the doors that a destroyer of fate had strode through, for he was not sure if he wanted to see what was on the other side. Even someone as righteous as him knew not to trifle with things you cannot win battles against. And there were only 3 people in this world that would win against what had been spawned in the plaza. None of them was the hero who was draining his own life force with every second he stood indecisively. There was a boy with a scarred face, a quirk that could terraform the world, and a perpetually broken heart. A combination that was acknowledged as dangerous by the final act of a dead child. He did not look at the final act, although it begged him to see. There was a girl with a partially disintegrated head that was turning the water red and a sobbing boy that had squeezed his eyes shut. This was not a merciful being and compelled him to open his eyes and behold its brilliance. This boy had earned the hate of many, but he did not do as it commanded. There was a teacher that had earned the respect of the being. The final act would let him die on the plaza at the hands of the villains. Much better death than the one it would bestow upon the rest of the world. There was a man with a warp quirk who had felt the birth of the final act and had fled with a man that could disintegrate things with a touch. They did not dare face the being the boy had broken the bonds of in his final moments. There was a monster that had once been human, with no individual thought process, that still feared the final act. But it could do nothing as the being not bound by the laws of physics or even matter broke it into pure light. There was a principal who had not felt fear in years, who had been sipping tea in his office, when his fight or flight responses activated and he felt the final act be brought into their world. There was a school that trained heroes that had collectively frozen as the silence of creation was heard by all ears. There was a country having a perfectly normal day when everything stopped as they tried to process what had happened to their world. There was a planet with half the population asleep that had all woken as the harbinger of their destruction was brought back to life. There was a galaxy that patiently waited for its death. It was still young, but it recognized when it was time for its doom. There was a god made of pure stardust and the gravity of moons. A silhouette of the blinding light of pure plasma. Of dreams mixed with nightmares with horns of the ashes of forgotten wishes. It was looking everywhere and nowhere with eyes obscured by the very fabric of the world. As genderless as a planet but far more powerful. It had been woken from its eternal slumber and prepared to burn the cosmos with less than a thought. It was not like the childish intimidations that wore the name God in mythology. This was something more. There was a boy who could not destroy stars like his final act but could destroy the ones who could. He could bring back the conquerors of realms to do his bidding and throw them away on a whim. Death ultimately met everyone in the end. The great equalizer of us all. But if you could control it, then you were more powerful than any god. Katsuki Bakugo awoke in a hospital bed with a bandaged shoulder and hands covered in gauze. His hearing was distorted and the vision in his left eye was blurry. There were severe burns running along his side from when the more than a god was birthed and sent a ripple of such oppressive heat it curdled flesh. None of these are his concern at the moment. He did not process any of the pain or worry if he would suffer permanent hearing damage. He did not wonder if he destroyed his hands beyond repair or if he'll ever be able to use his quirk again. Scarring from the burns not even on his mind, not an issue he deems important. No, right now he is trying to pick up the fragments of his memory and piece them together to understand what had happened. It turned out to be a near impossible task. Half of his mind was buzzing like it had been electrified and the other was shrouded in a hazy fog so thick he couldn't even dip into it without the world slowing into a near snail pace. The timeline was non-existent, coated entirely in a burning light that hurt to even reflect on. Memories crystal clear, but what he saw in them made no sense. He understood everything up until he sprinted out of the collapse zone. From that point on, everything grew in strangeness until it seemed more like a fever dream. Izuku facing off against the villains with corpses at his back giving bloody smiles, and then Izuku falling as his eyes shone like endless green stars, endless pools of dark knowledge that Katsuki could see even from the distance. Deku fell to the floor with his face devoid of all emotion other than a smile that spoke of ruthless destruction. The scars that littered his face from using his quirk glimmered with malice that reminded Katsuki of dying stars and great beasts of shadow devouring their corpses. Every inch of Izuku's body gave one direct and clear message that made what he looked like with the slime villain seem angelic. It whispered of 1,000 dying words and the inescapable promise of death. Katsuki remembered feeling the shockwave of heat more intense than any flame when Izuku smiled for the final time. It was the heat stolen from the hearts of long-dead beasts made of dripping shadows with eyes lashed by fury and rage. Only now did Katsuki realize that wave of heat had not been from the more than a god. That had been from Izuku as he tore it from those dead beasts of liquid shadows like he had torn weapons and knowledge from human corpses. Only now did Katsuki dare to prod the memories after that ripple of heat. It hurt his mind to remember and he felt it buckle under the weight, but he needed to know. Pain so complete and burning engulfed his left side. F-F-F-. He grits his teeth but did not look away from the scene that was unfolding before his very eyes. Some primal instinct told him that this would shape the world, and he had the pleasure of watching history be made. Underneath him, Kirishima grunted as some of the heat leaked through the living shield that was Bakugo. He saw Izuku flicker. Like a faulty machine he flickered in and out of existence. Being mist one moment and human the next. Keeping that same expression of complete and total ruin plastered on his usually soft features. Katsuki never saw that twisted smirk falter even a moment. Even when Izuku took his final breath and Katsuki felt him fall to the floor. He waited to hear his mind's screaming grief at the death of his childhood friend. But it never came. Instead, there was rage. An endless well of white-hot fury and need for righteous redemption. Bakugo was always angry. It was part of his central core of existence. He thought he had felt every shade of anger and could identify every color of fury, but this was new. It was a melancholy furor that was like a beating creature underneath his skin. It begged to be set loose and bemoaned that it never would. Because from Izuku's corpse grew a humanoid figure larger than the galaxy. It could not be described by mortal words, and Katsuki's mind strained to even comprehend it. He prayed that no one else was seeing it, because it could not be described as a human, animal, or even creature, because Katsuki doubted that their sanity would survive. How his mind did not fold he did not know. Maybe knowing the feeling of molecules being dissected and touching the contained explosions of atoms splitting kept him alive. Maybe the experience did not weaken his mind, maybe it made it stronger. He watched as it surveyed the area, he felt the gaze of too many eyes fall on him, and he felt its thoughts. It was going to destroy this planet, the galaxy along with it. He heard whispers of some ancient tongue and felt runes being traced into his mind with clawed appendages too crooked to be called fingers. While every rational part begged him to cower in fear, he did not back down. He started at the being with unflinching eyes that tried to take all that it was. Equivalent to a god in many ways, but somehow more. Some whisper of truth leaked into his ears as it spoke to him with a voice like burning autumn leaves and crushed worlds. It told him it was a true god. Not like those weaklings that stole our name. From that point everything became hazy. The story diverged into multiple memories of the same event with different elements. It was like double vision but with different versions of what happened layered atop each other with slight deviations that all caused radical changes in the final outcome. None of them helped him understand how the world was still spinning and how he was somewhat patched up in a hospital bed. He doubted that any of the memories of what happened from that point were actually true. He took it as his mind's way of coping with whatever actually went down. Instinct told him not to try and push past those natural barriers. He would not be able to survive what lay beyond. That's when everything caught up with him. He was in the hospital. Alone. He had no fing clue what happened to Shitty Hair or any of the other extras. Last time he checked, the Frog Beach was severely injured, laying in a pool of her own blood and Dekairu's. But somewhere in the little space that True God had carved out of his mind, he heard it laugh and he knew Dekairu wasn't dead. He had felt him die, but he wasn't dead. At that moment the curtains surrounding him flew open and a squat woman with her hair in a bun shuffled to his side. Recovery girl. So he was in UA then. His eyes tracked her as she scanned a clipboard on his bedside table and checked the 4 drip that connected to his arm. She looked solemn, her mouth pressed in a thin line as she raked her eyes up and down Katsuki's body. Having enough of her silent examination, he spoke. "Well, how badly am I effed up?" His voice echoed in his head a bit and sounded muffled to his ears. "Some form of hearing loss then." Recovery Girl immediately froze and stared at Katsuki with wide eyes. In the corrupted corner, the true god seemed to have now occupied. Katsuki felt it laugh hard enough that stars were rocked from their places in the sky. "Can you repeat that, please?" Recovery Girl inquired, slightly muted. "I said, how badly did I F myself up?" Katsuki practically shouted, grinding his teeth. He was getting slightly irritated. He wasn't getting a sufficient response. Being now that he had somewhat sorted out what had happened at the USJ, he was starting to panic about his abundance of mostly self-inflicted injuries. And then that's when he heard it. The words he spoke sounded foreign and odd. Using syllables he didn't know his mouth could create in harsh tones that somehow sounded like comets crashing into lightning, grinding constellations into splinters. He was speaking in a language no human had the right to know. A language for forgotten power and runic whispers of immortals. Already dangerous enough on the lips of those who could handle it, not an egotistical teenage who happened to meet a destroyer of worlds. He tried to slip back into Japanese, but with the lyrics of power written so clearly in his mind, it was hard to go back to such mundane terms. "What's the damage?" he tried, somewhat shell-shocked at the latest discovery. The god cackled and some distant world spilled in too. Recovery Girl swallowed before switching to her professional mode. "Well, your quirk damages your hearing already, and with that last display you're at a total loss of 40% of your hearing. I predict you will get up to 30% back in time. Your shoulder will be fine, but your hands suffered some nerve damage that I couldn't fix with my quirk. However, with surgery and some physical therapy they will be back to normal. No quirk use until then. Vision will hopefully be able to be restored, but there was some retina scratching. Unfortunately, a majority of the burns will scar, although skin grafting is an option. For some reason, you had some strained vocal cords, but those were healed nicely." Katsuki chewed on this information. Nothing irreversible or seriously impairing, although the damage to his hands was concerning. If they didn't get healed properly, he might not be able to sufficiently use his quirk. "And shitty hair and Dekairu and the other extras?" he ground out, almost fearing the answer. Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow at the names but seemed to know who he was talking about. She hummed to herself before replying, "I'm not sure I'm supposed to tell you this, but you would find out anyway. Kirishima is fine thanks to you. Minor burns that probably won't scar but otherwise unharmed. We have 2 students still in comas and 2 are hospitalized. Almost everyone had some burning but nothing near as serious as yours for some reason." "And mentally?" Katsuki near whispered. He needed to know if his warning got out in time. He had to make sure none of them saw the more than a god. Recovery Girl hummed to herself again, "Traumatized as you can expect, but none of them are out of their mind insane if that's what you're asking." Try as he might, Katsuki couldn't stop the flood of relief that flowed through his body at her words. "So none of them saw the true god. How long has it been?" Katsuki inquired. It couldn't have been more than a day. None of his injuries were that serious. "About 48 hours. Recovery Girl said, fiddling with his fore and making a few more notes on a clipboard, either completely oblivious or uncaring to Katsuki's dropped jaw. It had been 2 days. He didn't even have any damage to his head or anything. "Look, Sonny, you were running on adrenaline. You probably didn't realize how injured you were. If you weren't still injured, I would slap you for being so reckless and not keeping out of it until help arrived." Recovery Girl said, not looking up from her clipboard. While that was probably true, 2 days seemed a little extensive. "Anyway, I'm keeping you here another day to make sure everything stays healing." Katsuki started to protest, but she cut him off with a sharp glare nearly as fierce as Inko's. "In the meantime, you have a visitor that has already tried to break in here twice, and I promised him I'd tell him as soon as you were up." She shambled out of the curtained area, and only then did Katsuki realize that she hadn't answered his question about Dekairu. Not a minute later, the curtains were once again flung open, much less gently, as slightly bandaged Kirishima flew into Bakugo's space. "Dude, I was so worried about you. Why the hell did you sacrifice yourself for me?" Kirishima demanded, eyes tearing up as he started to pace by the side of the bed. Cool it, shitty hair. Most of these injuries were self-inflicted and you were a idiot and didn't do what I said when I told you not to look, and I sure the didn't know there was going to be a heat wave. Katsuki snarled, not sure how to deal with the slightly panicked Kirishima. Kirishima stopped pacing. Sorry about that, bro. Why didn't you want me to look anyway? Exhaustion was catching up with Bakugo and he didn't feel like beating around the bush, so he bluntly replied, you would have gone insane. Kirishima just stared at Katsuki and, seeing his entirely serious expression, decided to drop it. He had felt the creation just as much as everyone else, and he wasn't sure he wanted to know what caused it. The main villains got away, but that purple guy was nowhere to be found, along with most of the thugs we beat the crap out of. Azui and Uraraka are both in comas, and Jiro and Ojiro were pretty badly hurt and are still hospitalized. All of us have some form of burn from that crazy heat blast, but none are nearly as bad as yours. Kirishima said nervously, deciding that filling Bakugo in on the current events being the safest course of action. School's been cancelled and UA is taking some pretty heavy fire about the whole thing from the media and the public. All of that lined up with what Recovery Girl had said, so Bakugo didn't question it. The Nomu had combusted into pure light, and the same could probably be said about the other lesser villains. It set Bakugo off that the main guys had escaped, but he had a feeling that this wouldn't be the last time they saw the BSTRDs. And when they showed up again, they better be prepared to die. The media thing was to be expected when villains attack a supposedly secure UA facility and severely damage at least 4 students. What about Dekairu? Katsuki inquired, having not received an answer from Recovery Girl. Kirishima looked down at the floor and scratched the back of his neck. We don't know. No one said anything about him and we haven't seen him around at all. Katsuki pressed his lips together in a hard line. What the F dash? He knew Dekairu wasn't dead, but what if he wasn't alive either? That is something he needed to figure out as soon as he could. But not right now. His eyelids were starting to droop and he had a hard time keeping a conscious train of thought, and before he knew it he was asleep. Kirishima staring directly at the ashy blonde from the side of his bed and decided to stay. It was the least he could do for someone who had kept him from going crazy. Kirishima would be shooed out by Recovery Girl a few hours later after she found him drooling on Katsuki's sheets, sound asleep. Aizawa stood at the foot of a hospital bed and stares at the boy. There isn't a scratch on him, the complete opposite to the absolute mummy Aizawa was now. He knows he's lucky to be alive, and it is only thanks to Izuku Midoriya he is free to spend another day teaching children to be heroes and continuing his job as a pro. Free to be able to go home to Hisashi and take care of his cats. But at what cost? Izuku Midoriya was dead. There was no denying that. No pulse and no breath. A corpse just like the ones he summoned. Shota has no memory of what happened after his face was slammed into the ground and he lost consciousness. He is almost thankful he didn't witness whatever had cracked into his mind and riffled through his memories. Even when he wasn't responsive, he had felt it walk through some crack in the realms into this world. Had felt its searing, blinding light and knew that if he ever saw it he wouldn't be coherent enough to keep on living. This, of course, begged the question, how was it brought into the USJ and freed from whatever shackles had held it, and what happened to it afterward? It was obviously not here anymore. The cosmos was still intact and wasn't just ashes blowing in the great expanse of space. Shota was a cautious man. It came with the territory of being a pro-hero. Probably too paranoid for his own good and intelligent to boot. That was perhaps why he had reached for a logical conclusion and after finding none let his anxiety fill in the cracks, creating a story so insane that it just might be true. Because while Izuku Midoriya was dead, he wasn't dead. The neurons in his brain were still firing as if he were alive. He had no beating heart of oxygenized blood, but despite it, all Midoriya's brain was still functioning as if something was happening behind Midoriya's eyelids, and due to his quirk something just might be. Aizawa hypothesized that while Midoriya could bring creatures back from the dead, he might just be able to bring himself back, and that was what he was doing right then. It offered him no explanation for the being that had prophesied it was going to burn the universe and how it had been stopped, but it at least gave him hope that one of his students wasn't going to stay dead. He had already failed 5 of them at least. Azui was in a coma due to a partially disintegrated head that luckily hadn't reached her brain, along with Uraraka having no 13's quirk used on her accidentally when the warp villain had opened a warp gate when no 13 was trying to neutralize him. 13 had damaged their back, but Uraraka had taken the brunt of the damage. There was no saying when they would wake up if they ever did. Then there was Ojiro and Jairu, both still hospitalized, having suffered wounds at the hands of the villains. Ojiro would have been dead from a katana wound to his stomach if Yagi had shown up a moment later. He was bleeding out in the fire zone when All Might had come crashing through the USJ doors, only to find the area nearly devoid of all villains. Yagi had immediately set to finding the injured, which included nearly every person still inside the USJ. He had found a sobbing Yaoyorozu with a heavily bleeding Jairu who had been struck by a poisoned whip with serious lacerations to her abdomen. Yaoyorozu had tried her best to stop the bleeding and find an antidote for the poison, and if she hadn't been there, Jairu would have bled out in moments and the poison would have reached her vital organs. Jairu and Ojiro were awake and said to make a full recovery, thankfully. Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, had supposedly wrapped itself around its master and Koda, saving them from seeing the monster. It could no longer be called out and was entirely unresponsive. Bakugo probably had the most wounds out of anyone but was not the most injured. With a knife stuck in his shoulder, broken eardrums, more minor cuts and bruises that almost everyone else combined, and almost entirely stripped hands, and nearly boiling skin, he had rightfully passed out right before the pros had arrived. Kirishima had been panicking at his side, saying how Bakugo had bolted out of the collapse zone to find Midoriya but had stopped when he saw the plaza. Apparently, he had screamed for everyone not to look at the courtyard, and when Kirishima didn't take his warning, had tackled him to the ground, effectively blocking his view and unintentionally protecting him from whatever that insane wave of heat was. Kirishima had muttered something about not being sure if Bakugo himself had turned away from whatever he begged everyone else not to look at. Aizawa was willing to bet that Bakugo had sensed the malicious being bent on burning their galaxy and knew not to look at it. It couldn't be said if he had seen it, although being that he wasn't catatonic, he probably had taken his own advice. But Bakugo was stubborn enough to want to know what was ripping a hole in the world and hold it to a staring contest. He would have to ask him personally when he woke up. According to Nedzu, the entire world had felt the monster awaken. Had felt it and collectively held their breath. Triggered by fear, the entire universe was silent for a few moments until it disappeared. The world wanted answers, and frankly, so did Aizawa. None of them knew what to tell the press, and it was iffy at best if the person who might know something actually did know something. Besides the reverberation of the creature's birth, there was also the fact that a supposedly secure UA facility had been attacked and every student was injured. Every student had some form of burn besides Midoriya. They ranged from the wicked nearly 6-degree burns on Bakugo that were somehow didn't melt his skin but seared his bones and were not going to do anything other than scar, which made no sense medically, to the first-degree scaldings on Kirishima, which were only so minor because of his quirk, and how Bakugo had literally taken the fire, which shouldn't be possible because heat isn't distributed that way. Even Aizawa had second-degree burns, but he had been a hell of a lot closer to whatever had caused it than Bakugo, but the teen had somehow gotten much worse. Frankly, the entire burn situation defied many laws of science, and they had zero explanations for it. Parents and media were getting antsy for explanations about what had happened to the villains who had seemingly vaporized, the injuries of the students, and whatever had caused the universe to pause. Nedzu was trying to figure out a suitable explanation when they truly didn't have a clue, while juggling terrified parents and trying to keep the school running. Aizawa, along with Namuri and a few other pros, were tasked with making sure none of the authorities tried to snoop into their business, while Nedzu tried to clean this all up. Shota, per Nedzu's discretion, was also assigned the duty of trying to figure out if what had happened to the villains and hopefully finding some of them so they could be questioned. Both the principal and him doubted that this would be the only attack, and being it was unsuccessful, another would soon follow. It was Shota's job to catch them before that happened. He didn't bother kidding himself into thinking that Nedzu didn't have a greater plan in action, but frankly there was enough on his mind that he didn't have the mental capacity to try and figure out what the mammal was plotting. He trusted Nedzu enough to know it was for the greater good, whatever it was. If anything, he was probably researching how there were so many things linked to the attack that defied the laws of science and basic human understanding. It baffled Aizawa as well, but the most prominent thing on his mind was that he had failed his students. He had failed every single one of them. Not a single one had been spared some form of injury, and it was quite a note when the least injured was dead in all technical terms. Aizawa rubbed his forehead, accepting his failings. In any other situation he would be halfway through his entire liquor cabinet, but right now he had a job to do, and that was tracking down the BSTRDS that had caused all of this. Suddenly his phone pinged and he dug into his pocket. He had to squint past the bandages to see read what the screen said. It took him a few tries with his bandaged fingers to open the text that Nezu had sent. He immediately stuffed the phone back into his pocket and hurried to Bakugo's room. Bakugo had apparently woken up and Chio had cleared him for questioning. He wasn't allowed to leave the room as he was still under examination, but was in a stable enough state they could talk to him. A deep sense of curiosity stirred inside Shota. Maybe he would finally get some answers. Dread simultaneously began to coil in his stomach, an unwelcome accompaniment. Did he really want to know about a being that had made the entire world have a few moments of silence? That was, of course, granted Bakugo even knew anything. But better horrible truths than kind lies. The first thing Izuku realized was that it was silent. Beautiful blessed silence that he just wanted to drift in forever. It was like soft peppermint on a warm day and sakura blossoms in winter. Heaven of glorious quiet, more complete than any time he had ever had his quirk erased. Compared to this, that fake quiet would be deafening. He stayed there, floating in the silence and savoring it like a kiss for what seemed to only be a few moments. But then those few moments ended and the silence turned rotten. The taste of hot garbage filled his mouth and he choked on the odor. The silence, once more blessed than any prayer, became stifling and his screams went unanswered, for they made no noise. He bit his tongue with two sharp teeth that were not his own as he sliced through the flesh, leaving the rich iron taste that he tried to spit out but found it never truly existed. His eyes could not open no matter how hard he tried to see what he was surrounded by, or maybe his eyes were open but there was nothing to see. Clawing at his ears to try and rid himself of the horrible muffling that was more complete than deafness. It was the moment after someone took their final breath. It was the space between the last thought passing someone's mind and they sunk into oblivion. It was the second after the heart's ending beat. It was the decay of atoms and the sound that would be heard at the moment before realms shattered. It scratched his skin and tore his brain to shreds. A comet crashing into a fractured star and causing the extermination of all things would be better than this. Impossible. Silence. At that moment he begs to die. Tried to hope for it to save him from this full silence he knows the name of but does not dare speak. He cannot hear his thoughts, he cannot hear the strings he never knew he knew the sound of, he cannot hear his soul ripping even though he knows that the tearing of souls make noise and his soul is being stripped of its mortality. The sound of his decomposition should be deafening, louder than a sonic boom touching all corners of reality. It should reach the creatures that had felt the primal instincts of the Celestials and found them trivial. It should be an echo that every being knows down to the very marrow of their bones, because it is one that has been spoken of since before the beginning of time. It should be louder than the whispers of calamity but is instead engulfed in the true silence. It was the whispers you almost heard and the shadows in the corners of your eyes, but those still made noise, and Izuku prayed to whatever god to save him from the reticence, but none of them dared touch their murderer. So he suffered, for heroes do not exist here. Starbursts of fractured light dot the back of his vision like spiderweb cracks in reality. Colors that should not be visible to human eyes or even eyes at all run through those cracks in streaks defying all no sciences. Then he realizes he can hear again. He is out of the silence and is seeing colors that shouldn't exist. Well, they are colors in the way that Arctic ice is cold and the sun was warm. Understatements, but with no better word to describe the pigments than mundane colors. That is what they were reduced to, much to their distress. Izuku listens and savors every sound. The shifting of the strings of life that surround him, the whistle of the winds, the soft breaths that curl and embrace him like a lover. But the strings of life rustle and clack as if they were dead weight. The wind is whispering the dying words of dying hearts, and those are quiet screams, not gentle respiration. And that's when Izuku opens his green, only green, as in there is no way to describe the shade of secret's eyes to behold the world around him. Except there is no world around him. Instead, there is hallway made entirely of strings much like the threads of life. Except these strings aren't the shimmering crystalline structures things hold onto so dearly. No, these are made of oozing darkness weighed down by sin and crushed dreams. In the center of it all is a woman, only a woman in the way a panther is a house. Cat with knitting needles covered in the blood of stars. The needles moved to the sound of decay and lullaby of endings. Izuku did not know what his mind had conjured. Was this some sort of nightmare? A hallucination? When the woman spoke, it was not with the tongue of man, nor was it the tongue of gods. It was the language woven into the very fabric of existence that caused a chain reaction to occur with every word, cracking the forgotten altars of time and unraveling some of the strings holding sanity aloft. Cycle breaker. How wonderful for you to join us. What words should speak to a woman who holds fate in her hands? Where am I? Izuku spoke in the tongue of mortals. Pitiful. Foolish questions. Best not to waste breath of things you already know the answer to. She was not wrong. Izuku knew very well where he was. He visited often in his dreams. It was merely that he did not want to admit. You best call off your beast. It plans to reduce all you love to less than ashes. Izuku once again knew of what she spoke. He just didn't want to process. Do not worry, that self-instituted ignorance would not survive long. It is not their time, and if you are so unwilling, I suppose I will do what you cannot, cycle breaker. The woman blinked and all was as it should be. Weak beasts they are. Was that really the best you could summon? The woman knew it was not. So did Izuku, despite the lies he told himself. You truly are a weakling. Death will hopefully make you stronger. She knew it would. In time I have come to realize that hell is an abstract concept. From what I've seen, it is a paradise compared to the darker depths of the end. I have only been to the center once before, and it is not an experience I wish to repeat. I briefly touched it in my travels, and I care not to describe it. Hell compared to that is a solace, and it remains so for quite a while. The only landmark I can offer for when it turns into a haven rather than a well, hell is the pond of dreams. It is slightly better, and seeing that things often go there for a vacation, you can picture just how mild hell is in the scope of things. From the journal of a long-dead immortal. Todoroki Shoto was no fool. Foolishness had been beaten out of him long ago. Irrational decisions punctuated by bruises and stupid questions answered with fiery fists. It was never an option to let his brain take a moment's rest. A part of his training had been on his cognitive functions. He was expected to outsmart his opponents as well as physically beat them in battle. While it was because of his father's requirements that he knew how to analyze an opponent, do university-level math, and read multiple languages, there was also the knowledge that came from simply living with the man. Because of his father, he also had an almost irrational level of forethought, the ability to read a room, diffuse situations, escape an escalating argument, lie smoother than any criminal, and understand the levels of rage and danger surrounding a person. None of these had been intended, they were just skills acquired by living in the Todoroki household. These were all shared by its members, each having borne bruises and burns from when those skills had failed. And to think people thought it NG Todoroki was a hero. Shoto should be dead 5 times over because of his father. It was only thanks to one of his father's hired hands that he wasn't. Healing quirks worked wonders on keeping someone still hurting but no longer in danger of death. Push through the pain, boy. It is only weakness. A favored quote that his father often used before he bestowed upon him burns that would scream at his every movement. A flinch was as good as a death sentence and a wince catastrophic. God forbid he actually cried out, the punishment nearly enough to wish he was dead. He was not foolish enough to ever do more than grit his teeth and accept a beating when it came. It was an integral part of his life, and there was hardly anything he could do about it. Idiocy would get him killed, and it was that life lesson that made him doubt his own mind. He remembered Bakugo's warning, and he remembered heeding it for a reason he can't quite place. Maybe it was the desperation in his tone, or how he could hear his vocal cords straining as he bellowed with all his might. Maybe it was because he felt something in Bakugo's scream that caused some primal instincts to act on their own accord, causing a wall of ice to be summoned to his back as he turned and squeezed his eyes shut. Nothing about the following moments made any sense. Had everything finally made his crack and lose his sanity? Logic was useless in dissecting the events in the seconds after Bakugo's warning. Logical thoughts and actions had saved him much pain and torment on multiple occasions, but here it offered no answers. The first thing was the heat. A heat so intense the word heat seemed inaccurate. It melted his ice into steam when it first hit, leaving no protection from its onslaught when it reached him, burning his arms and neck to the point where it would scar. Not that didn't already have experience in that department. The pain was intense, but he had been roommates with pain since he was 4. It was perhaps the next moments that truly made him doubt his own mind. He felt something made of pure light and malice be born in the plaza. He felt it break free of some invisible shackles and stretch into their world like a butterfly testing its wings. He pressed his eyes together so hard he saw starbursts light behind his eyelids. Something told him that to see the being behind him wouldn't wish to be alive tomorrow. The world stilled as the being was brought into their universe, and Todoroki swore. Even the air paused and his blood stopped flowing through his veins. He felt the being pedal through the minds of those nearest to it. That included Todoroki, who stood at the threshold of where the plaza turned into the landslide zone. He would never forget the feeling of something that had crushed stars with its gaze flip through his memories like they were pages in a book. He felt it try and coax him to behold its form of burning suns and immortal gravity. But Todoroki was no fool, and he remained resolutely watching the fireworks created behind his eyelids. He felt the being smile. A thing that he knew only happened when it watched a world crack under its weight. A smile that had made things much stronger than him run it. Fear at just being in its proximity was now directly intended for the scarred boy with a soul so thoroughly shattered even the being of exploding celestials could not break it more. Then it was gone. The pressure in his mind dissipated along, and the painful light of its existence was blown out like a candle in the wind. Except the wind that blew it out smelled of sulfur and sun-bleached bones. It tasted of the fabric of the universe and inescapable fate. Similar to the aura of Midoriya, but somehow older and infinitely more powerful. It made the power of the being seem minuscule and weaker than a pesky spider ready to be stomped underfoot. Reality was inconsequential and the sands of time lacking. It rocked Todoroki's world. Knowing a being that could burn their universe was still nothing compared to whatever it was that destroyed it. Todoroki had felt things in those few moments no human should even know existed, a fact he had become increasingly aware of. He would never be able to go back to the quiet ignorance he had spent nearly all of his life in, unaware of how much of a gift it was. He had lived beside fear. Now he needed to see if he could survive alongside terror. Katsuki was going out of his mind. It had only been one FANG day of bedrest, but he was going to lose it. Shitty hair dropped by when Recovery Girl allowed, but Katsuki was still radiating with enough raw energy to practically explode, figuratively and literally. How the F he was going to survive not using his quirk for another 3 weeks was beyond him. The only thing keeping him from disobeying Recovery Girl's bullshit order was her threat of keeping him another FANG 2 weeks. He wouldn't survive being stuck in this FING hospital room for more than another day. Thank God she was letting out of this glorified cell tomorrow. But right now he has to deal with nothing short of an interrogation by Aizawa and the rat bear fucker. To say he was slightly sad that they weren't offering him any information on Deku was an understatement, and if they thought he would talk to them without knowing, they were idiotic assholes to boot. Do you remember what happened at the USJ? Aizawa started, seemingly uncaring, but Katsuki wasn't an idiot and knew that they were desperate as shit. Let me stop you right there. Katsuki held up a hand, glaring daggers at the teachers. I want to know what happened to Deku. Aizawa opened his mouth, but Katsuki cut him off, not wanting to deal with their bullshit denials. I know something happened to him, all right. Don't try to FNG deny it. Is he dead or not? Aizawa looked like he was going to say something stupid and superior like, you don't get to boss us around, but Nedzu was not an idiot and beat him to it, dead in all technicalities. Katsuki swallowed his grief. In all technicalities? Nedzu continued in a slightly too chipper tone. No pulse, but his mind is still racing. Any ideas? Leave it to the principal to realize that this was a good way to get information. Katsuki would amuse them. Well, sheet. I can't give a definite answer, but he is probably trying to work his way out of the land of the dead. I didn't even know he could do that. He tried to not be worried about whatever the F was happening in there. In the very vague descriptions Deku had given Katsuki in unintentional ramblings when he disassociated after a particularly horrifying training session or nightmare, it made hell look like paradise. That realm had effed with Deku's mental health so much after a few seconds. If he was right about him making his was back through there, he had been there for days. Jesus Christ. His mental health was already effed after the slime villain. Would Deku even be alive after he got back? He ignored the god in his head that whispered the if he got back. Nedzu nodded. That is what we thought as well. Do you have any idea what happened at the USJ? Katsuki debated telling them the truth he had come to accept in his quarantine. Well, mostly accept. There was still some things he wasn't ready to know the full extent of. The god cackled. Liar, 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 watch the world burn. No. I don't remember. I didn't see sheet and am honestly glad. WSHTEWRLDBURN. Katsuki blinked. He showed no signs that he heard the being in his head, speaking in tongues of long-dead languages that should have remained buried. You can hear me, little solider. It purred with enough softness that a moon fell out of the sky. No, he can't. It was something his mind conjured to help cope with the trauma, and it was not real. Sure, little soldier. Don't worry, you'll have a front row seat at the reckoning. Not real. Not FING real. Just PTSD or some sheet. Do you have any idea when Deku might get back? He wanted the little green bean F to be back ASAP. The longer he was stuck in the land of the dead, the less his chances of recovery. He isn't in the human deadlands. He's OUTROUNTHM. The god's punctuating growl was feral, and Katsuki felt some of his mind sear. In some distant realm it had started to rain fire. Katsuki wanted to demand answers from the thing that didn't exist. But he felt like replying would pass the point of no return. Aizawa shook his head. We thought you might. Katsuki glared at his homeroom teacher. Look, Deku doesn't make it a point if he die on a daily basis. I have no clue when he'll be back. If was omitted from his statement. Nedzu obviously realized that he wasn't getting anything more out of his student. He gestured to Aizawa, and with a bob of his head he said, Thank you for your help, Bakugo. We'll keep you updated. You FNG better. And with that, they exited the room and left Bakugo at the mercy of his wildly out-of-control thoughts. He reviewed what he had pieced together. Maybe this new information would make him realize something else. So basically, Deku had like a FING idiot gone and reached down and brought back something that shouldn't have been brought back. Like the true god. The implications of which meant that there was actual gods and other crazy bullshit. It was FING jarring to say the least. The pain of bringing back the true god must have been too great and had ended up killing the nerd. That wave of heat had been stolen by Deku in his final moments from some great demon. Torn from them like the weapons and knowledge he had stolen from the human corpses. Katsuki hadn't gone crazy by staring it down because of his proximity to the slime beach when he was ripped apart in a way that honestly shouldn't be possible. It seemed much too mundane an occurrence now to attribute his sanity to it entirely, but he drew a blank on what else had saved. There was still the question of how the true god was killed again. Deku was out of commission, and Katsuki highly doubted the god would just back down. He had absolutely no hints on what had happened to that BSTRD other than some divine intervention, but from what he had seen from the Celestials they were less than benevolent. I can tell you if you want. The thing in his head spoke in runes so old they neared the end of time. Katsuki felt something warm on his lip and realized his nose was bleeding. What the F dash? An imaginary thing shouldn't cause a physical reaction. Deceit and perjure, perhaps that should be your new name, little solider. You seem quite fond of telling fiction. Ignore it. He wiped the blood with the back of his hand. Then he realized just how effed he would be if Recovery Girl saw it. He quickly grabbed a tissue and cleaned his hand. He buried the crimson-stained paper under some used gauze in the trash. His left side was a mess of twisted scar tissue, ranging from hot pink starbursts on his leg to long pale stretches on his torso. Missing pockets of flesh dotted his neck and creeped up his chin. Luckily the scarring stopped before it really hit his face. Only a few rugged patches appeared below his eye and they were barely noticeable. How does it feel, Perjure? Knowing your best friend did that to you? Katsuki felt his anger mount. How dare it insinuate the idea that Dekairu had done this intentionally? Well, it certainly singled you out, Perjure. Katsuki tried to block it out by any means necessary. It was the liar here. Not him. Hell, it didn't even exist. It laughed and somewhere in the great expanse a sun died. Kirishima was somewhere between terrified and worried. Everyone in Class 1A was. School was still cancelled but they collectively decided to meet at a small cafe to discuss what was going on. None of them were getting any answers and Bakugo had resolutely ducked any more of his questions. Yaoyorozu was chewing her lip and fiddling with her hands, not even looking at the food she had ordered. In fact, none of the assembled students were touching any of their food, not one having an appetite. Everyone was somber, with 2 classmates still in comas, 3 more hospitalized, and 1 entirely missing. Everything seemed off. Uraraka wasn't here with her optimism and Azui wasn't here with her level head. Ojiro's silent presence was conspicuously absent along with Jiru's sarcasm. Bakubro wasn't shouting threats and swear words and Dekairu's slight off-putting aura along with his kind heart were gone. The class was missing more than a fourth of its students and it was noticeable. The wide array of scars were also noticeable. Kirishima had been lucky. Bakugo and his quirk protecting him from the brunt of the heat. Everyone else, not so much. Todoroki and Mineta had the worst scars of the present students, being the closet to the heart of the blast. Todoroki adding pink gnarls of tissue on his neck and arms in addition to the scar already around his left eye. Mineta with a burnt swatch of red on his chest that peaked just above his shirt. The next worst was Shoji and Ishido, both with flares of raised flesh along their backs, being they were turned opposite to the blast. The rest all had minor injuries, Yaoyorozu, Siro, and Sato with a few odd scars on their face, Tokoyami, and Koda with some hand scarring, and Aoyama with a tiny bit along his legs. Hagakure's scars were invisible although she assured them that she had been hit. The only one spared was Ida, who had been out of the USJ when the heat wave had been conjured. Any explanation from Bakugo? Yaoyorozu said, breaking the P-Arginin-T silence. Kirishima sighed, running a hand through his hair. He hadn't bothered to style it, nothing overly helpful. He's been avoiding the subject like the plague. The only thing was him confirming our idea that if we saw that thing we would have gone insane. The entire group collectively looked down. They had all felt it. Had all felt its mind-breaking presence. Hell, Dark Shadow was totally unresponsive because of it. Todoroki and Mineta had been the closest to it. They admitted to feeling it go through their minds. Examining memories and motivations. The violation in itself must have been horrible. Do you know if Bakugo saw it? Yaoyorozu hesitantly asked. Kirishima had told them that he hadn't seen him look away himself. Kirishima replayed some of their conversations, noted how Bakugo sometimes got a look of distant turmoil and scowled at nothing. I don't know. He hasn't said a word about it. We can ask him when he gets out tomorrow. Bakugo had been steadily getting more agitated at being cooped up, knowing him he would explode entirely if they kept him any longer. Dark Shadow came out today. Tokoyami mumbled, drawing the attention of everyone at the table. What? Was the question on everyone's lips. If Dark Shadow talked to them they might be able to find out what happened. Tokoyami ruffled his feathers. I called on him and he appeared this time. But he was different. Something was off. I can't really describe it. I can't summon him anymore but at least I know he's alive. That was good. Dark Shadow might be getting better and they might actually get some answers. Yaoyorozu picked at her food. Any word on Midoriya? That was another thing. Midoriya was totally missing. Todoroki said he saw him being taken away by the pros at the end. Where he had gone after that was a mystery. None of the teachers answered their questions and ignored it entirely. Their silence established that he had some importance to what happened but without him there they only had absurd half-baked theories. The only thing they had to show for their efforts were scars and night terrors. No explanations or reassurances. Just white noise. Inko Midoriya knew her son was not dead. The school could tell her that he technically was gone from the word, even show her his corpse, and she would remain resolute in the fact that he was not. It was not merely motherly hope that kept her in denial. It was the screams of the crows that had started to gather outside her window and the words of the principal. She had been at work when she received that fateful call. The DMED call that had nearly caused her whole world to crash. She had felt the ripple in the fold of the universe just as well as everyone else, and her theory had only been confirmed by that call from UA telling her to come in immediately. She had rushed to the school in a mild panic. She needed to fill her veins with steel and take this as calmly as possible, a feat that soon proved impossible. The principal had met her at the gate, the mammal talking as he walked, telling her of a villain attack and how her son was dead. There are no words to describe the pain that overtakes one's body when they find out their entire world died. She had spun on the white rat, her quirk lifting him off the ground so he was eye level with Inko. She had pointed a finger at his chest accusingly, eyes hardened with fury but also with grief. You were supposed to protect him. The principal had started at being levitated, although he had quickly gotten over his surprise. You didn't let me finish, Miss Midoriya. He is dead in all technical terms. His heart no longer beats, but his mind is still running as normal. We speculate that due to his quirk, he may be trying to bring himself back to life. Inko had nearly dropped him right there. Her son was stuck between the world of the dead and the living. Trying to bring himself back? She then proceeded to have a panic attack in the hallway. After a few minutes of heavy breathing, she had righted herself. Take me to him. Nedzu led her to a room off of the normal hospital wing. Inside that room was Izuku, hooked up to a heart monitor that was flatlined. She didn't see the rise and fall of his chest as he breathed, and it took all of her practiced willpower not to rush to his side and demand answers. She then turned to the principal with the fury of thousands written in her eyes. Explain yourselves. How did you let this happen? Nedzu had just sighed. We are looking into it as we speak. I assure you the villains responsible will be brought to justice. Her returning smile had been nothing short of sadistic. You better, or I will sue the school for all it's worth. It was a day later when the murder of black-feathered birds had started to form outside her house. She had gone to shoo them away but had paused when they had started to caw in a way she understood. They had told her that her son was indeed fighting his way back to the world of the living. They could not tell her when he would be back or if he would even make it. It had been those two things that they could offer no answers to that made her realize it wasn't in her head. If it was some sort of coping mechanism, then she would make them give her the answers she wanted, like, soon, and he will return unharmed. There was no reason for her subconscious to leave two glaring questions unanswered. She was already preparing her case against UA, and if Aizu wasn't back in a week, then it would be filed. She would stand in the ruins of UA and laugh as it crumbled. Izuku was running. That was all he seemed to ever be doing. Running or drowning. Still weak as that useless god he summoned. He had been here for however long. To him, time didn't seem to move correctly, shifting from sluggish to faster than a bullet train in mere moments. It didn't help that the sky was a perpetual state of black. Moons and suns occasionally appearing and disappearing, along with stars that always ended up crashing into sharp lumps of shadows or crystal at his feet. Unaware that their master still refused to understand. One of the first lessons he learned here was that the laws of nature didn't matter. They were useless. Physics didn't exist, and matter was more of a suggestion. Several things here had already broken his weak, pitiful mind, ranging from wandering the fields of his soul to the silence he refused to barely think about. Refusing its beautiful call. For not the first time he wondered why he was running. Oblivious that he was running from something hardly worth his time. Something of broken glass and prayers of the Dmed, but that was hardly the worst thing he had seen here. That honor always went to himself. This place revealed the true monster he was. He seemed human at first glance, as most monsters do, with messy green hair and dark shadows under his eyes. Then you looked closer and saw the infinite pools of madness where his irises should be. Green was a word too weak to describe their color. They passed the word glowing quite a while ago and now shared some resemblance to the fallen stars that always seemed to block his path. The scars on his face told the stories of shattered realms, and brands crafted from the blood of immortals had appeared on his arms, glaring reminders that he was no longer human. No human should be able to survive having the lifeblood of immortals tattooed onto their limbs. Whatever the silence had done to him had twisted his soul into something so irreversible and wrong it surpassed any of the creatures here. Even the woman with fate in her hands couldn't hold a candle to his decimated soul. It had been stripped of everything that had ever made it human, leaving it somehow more monstrous than even the things that didn't hold even the smallest ounce of humanity. And yet he still remained good. It was utterly baffling. His soul had been twisted beyond all recognition, everything that had made him mortal banished into nothing. But despite it all, he retained the empathetic weakness that most humans seemed possess. It was an infernal blemish on everything we have done to ensure his success. He refused to use what had been gifted to him, even where it was strongest. Supporting the lies he told himself when he was a child by sheer will alone. It was his own fault that he was running. He could rip his way back into life if he wished, but he still forced himself into ignorance. As infuriating as it was, do not fret, he would soon be forced to tear off those shackles of blindness. Jumping across islands of bleeding roses that whispered the secrets of grace and darting across the bodies of long-dead demons. The ground beating underneath him like a purple heart. He sensed the beast of sinners nearing, wishing to tear the power from the marrow of his bones. Nothing was stopping him from turning and murdering the beast, a fact he was all too aware of. However, to him his survival was secondary. His will to continue making his way back to the land of the living fading with every passing moment. Why would the world want a monster like him back? Somewhere the Fate Weaver sighed. They had thought ridding him of his disgusting mortality would make him accept his birthright. We couldn't have him stop running here. Death was a foreign concept to him, but the creatures here had ways more debilitating. So how to make him keep fighting? She reached out, feeling for the intertwining fate that had touched a boy with a shattered soul. Their story had been written in tandem to the boy with death at his fingertips, fate intertwining like the great vines of eternity. If Izuku was really going to be a traitor and continue to want to help, then help he must do. He would have to break out of his Philistinism if he wished for the boy with the shattered soul to live. Ripping him from the land of life was all too easy. It required even less energy than destroying the god Izuku had so foolishly summoned. The boy with the broken heart fought against her grasp. But you can't fight against the hands of fate. She cast him into the path of Izuku. His mind might break from being so deep in the Deadlands, but it was inconsequential. His only purpose was to assist Izuku on his journey to acceptance. He didn't need to be sane to complete his goal. Izuku could fix him once he realized his power. The stars were once human too. From the Journal of an Immortal. When Bakugo was a child, he watched All Might on his living room floor. He watched as the greatest hero in centuries decimated his enemies. Fists cracking pavement and shattering bones. Leaving bodies of villains broken and bruised under the weight of his power. Watched as the brutality and ugliness was rewarded with adoring cheers and the word, heroic. When Bakugo was a child, associated viciousness and force with heroism and victory. So he modeled himself in that image. He had the means to do it after all, with a quirk that all but guaranteed his success. He associated violence with heroics, and looking back on it now, it could have been a recipe for disaster. If it hadn't been for a certain green-haired boy, his childhood playfulness and exuberance could have all too easily twisted into cruelty and aggression. He could have seen weakness in others and made it his mission to stomp it out of them using explosions and harsh words. But there was a certain green-haired boy that had walked into his life and altered it completely. For better or worse, Deku had been there. Perhaps for the better, because he kept him from straying too far down the wrong path. Kept him from turning into a bully and a tormentor. Someone who delighted in the pain of others and whose sole purpose was to beat what he perceived as weakness out of those around him. Even his quirk counselor told him his quirk could only be used for destruction. Or perhaps it was for the worse. Deku's presence turned Bakugo's ideals of snuffing out weakness onto Bakugo himself. If he faltered, even once, Deku would falter too. Except Deku's falters were more like diving off the deep end. It was a toxic level of dependency that they both refused to acknowledge. What would they do anyway? It was just how it was. If Bakugo faltered, it was Deku that would pay. It was a lesson they had learned the hard way. Ending with a perpetually angry child and a barefoot boy on a roof, holding on to each other like it was the end of the world. It almost had been. Deku didn't just have bully whispering vile lies in his ears and his own heavy thoughts. No, he had wails of the Dmed that poured poison into his very soul, correlating their words to their host's own doubts and never ceasing their infernal purrs of depreciation. Bakugo didn't have a quirk that constantly wished him dead. His problems were minuscule in comparison. He could deal with schoolyard bullies. His quirk was only good for destruction after all. What were a few cuts compared to his best friend's boyfriend's constantly crumbling mental stability? Did those bloody noses from the rare times he had been overpowered matter? Those bruises from when Mitsuki had gotten calls from the school that he had been fighting? None of it was important. He and Deku were going to be heroes. They had sworn it on their lives. Too bad they never valued their lives all that much. Weakness in himself had to be crushed, burnt out and destroyed so entirely that it never dared sneak back in. He still bore scars from where he had tried to burn it out. For Deku's sake. But now the weakness was back and thriving. Bakugo couldn't afford to let his flourish into anything more than a withering bud. Deku would need him when he got back. He was stuck in the world consisting entirely of monsters alone. How much would be left of the green-haired boy when he returned? Bakugo would have to be strong. Stronger than he had ever been before. A pillar of stability for Deku who would feel like the world was crashing around him. An island in the eye of a hurricane. A haven of safety and healing. To hell with his own problems, Deku had it infinitely worse and Bakugo would be there for him. If he was only good for destruction, that he would destroy everything that threatened his friend, whether it was physical or mental, he would beat it into SBMSN. It was his purpose. To keep Deku safe. He had always been strong, funneling all of his rage at the world and at whatever monster thought it fit to curse Deku with his quirk into training to protect the green-haired boy from its effects. He ate only what he allowed from a strict self-imposed diet. He trained with Deku and then trained more in the dead of the night, sneaking out of a second-story window and sliding down a tree onto the pavement. He trained until his limbs gave out and his lungs were going to burst, and then he picked himself up and trained some more. Now, he would need to be stronger than All Might. Strong enough to support someone who had been trapped in whatever realm the parasite savior in his mind had come from for a lord knows how long. It was perhaps that knowledge that bred the festering hatred for the thing that had carved a home in his mind. It ate his strength, replaced it with soul-shattering weakness that he couldn't afford to possess. Bakugo disliked many things. Almost everything, in fact. It caused him to be a burning ball of anger that bounced around everyone but never once touched the emerald-eyed boy who made small talk with the dead. But Bakugo's hate was ice-cold and calculated. In his mind, he always tried to take out the things he hated in the most efficient way possible, eliminating them through sheer cold fury that was sharper than a razor blade. Bakugo hated 4 things at this particular moment in time. 3 were hatreds that were older than his quirk and forever eternal. Bullies seemed to be an endless supply. They were dealt with but like cockroaches could never be truly killed. Crawling back into their lives at every turn, no matter how many explosive fists cracked across their jawbones or how many times his lungs filled with smoke as he left bruises blooming across skin. They returned after every jab to their ribcage and shoe to their vertebrae, never ceasing their attacks with words and fists that had soon stopped being directed just at Deku. Not that Deku ever knew. But it didn't matter. Bakugo could take it. He was strong. He could do nothing about the whispers in Deku's head, a product of his quirk, and God did it make him feel powerless. He couldn't fight those. Couldn't tell them to square up, couldn't even see or hear them. Deku's mind had become so tainted by the other 2 hatreds that it had birthed Bakugo's 3rd hatred. Deku never wanted him to do anything about the bullies or the voices, preferring to suffer in silence as if he deserved it. He hated it with every fiber in his being, and he once again couldn't combat it. The 4th and final hatred was relatively new. It was the crackling sound of dead languages growing in the back of his mind that leached off his strength that he could never seem to dislodge. For the first time, Bakugo realized what it was like to have something living in your mind and he hated it. How Deku did this for 14 years was beyond him. It had been 3 days and it was already making him lose it. But Deku was still dead and now the half-and-half BSTRD was missing too. The monster in his head told him that he had joined Deku. He still wasn't sure if he believed it. He still wasn't sure if it was real. All he knew for certain was that it was weakness and weakness needed to be eradicated. But he couldn't stop the intrusive thoughts that breathed the terrible, what if Deku doesn't wake up? And what was he without Deku? Just a boy with too much rage and a quirk that could only be used to hurt. A child with a paper dream and a god in his head. When Shudo was a child he fought to wake up every morning. His father's fists were as familiar as his own breath and burns always marred his body. Wounds and scabs barely healing enough to be torn open once more. As a child, he learned that the world was not kind and it was not fair. He learned that the worst monsters often hide in plain sight and people bowed to those who were powerful, regardless if they were good. When Shudo was a child he never had the luxury of a stuffed animal or a piece of chocolate cake. He still doesn't know who is the hottest celebrity or the sweet sounds of indie music. The taste of pure sugar was still as foreign to him as paternal love. But he learned to accept it. Forced himself to come to terms that this was how it was and it was fine. Except it wasn't. Control was something he had become well versed in. The hymns of icy cold that curled under his fingertips forever his servants. The burning embers that had reduced an entire island to ashes, a chorus of cries begging to be set free. He had strengthened the shackles on the hellfire that burned under his skin until it was so bound it was nearly suffocated. His ice is a frozen love that reminds him of a woman with silver hair that he can't think about without making his scar twinge in phantom pain. The fire was forever reminder that he doused in a steady diet of hatred and ice from the woman it hurt. I'm sorry. Control was the only thing keeping him together. He often never felt real. Not human, complete, full. He's a broken, bleeding heart with a crushed soul running on fear and control. He knows if he were to just reach out and touch the... He knows what comes with fire. A wild passion and fury that is always mixed with flames. It doesn't matter if it will make him feel complete. It meant that his father had finally won and had succeeded in making the perfect clone. Yue was both a blessing and a curse. A blessing in the sense he got to get away from his father and the back-breaking training that haunted his nightmares. A house much too cold for a family of fire wielders. You can't run from me, boy. He got to experiment with individuality and maybe even make some free. He didn't have time for friends. Another way for him to get hurt. Let those barriers of ice wrap around his heart and protect him. You can't be lonely if you want to be alone. He had thought he could be okay here. Protected. A blessing always and eternal. But Yue had quickly turned into a curse after the USJ. The media had eaten up the story children given free candy. Every student sustaining some mysterious burn and the entire world had stopped. 5 students in critical condition and 1 unmentioned. It was almost too good. Shudo was in the hospital for less than a day. Being healed for quirk shock along with the new collection of burns that had been branded onto his neck and arms in twisted splotched of pink flesh. Fire and heat always seemed to follow him, leaving more disgusting scars. School had been cancelled for 5 days. Which was just wonderful, honestly. Endeavor was furious. More furious than Shudo had ever seen him. His mere presence set things ablaze, and when he had come to pick Shudo up from the hospital, he had felt his stomach drop to his toes. He had years learning how to read Endeavor, and every nerve in his body had begged him to flee. It didn't take a genius to realize this was going to be bad. The thing that had pawed through his mind felt like a better alternative to Endeavor's rage. He was still reeling from the truth that things much greater than them existed somewhere. Terror had already been instilled in his heart because of it. And yet it was dwarfed by the fear he felt when Endeavor came to take him home. Maybe it was because this was something infinitely more real. This was something he had faced before and he knew the consequences. The knowing was still abstract. Something he had yet to truly comprehend. But this he understood. It would only end with him laying broken and bruised on a training room floor. Endeavor disregarded the fact that he was still healing. He put him through the hardest training session in years. Hours of pure rippling pain that exploded across his bandaged burns as he moved, avoiding fiery fists that would do more than scar if he was hit. His father never said a word. He just threw punches and fireballs with deadly accuracy. By the end of it, any other circumstance endeavor would have turned him over to a healer. Not today. He was sent to his room, every movement agony. Nothing but cracking control keeping him from falling to the floor. It continued like that for 3 days. Endeavor's anger a never-ending supply, all too willing to take it out on his son. Under the guise of making him stronger so you are of more use when villains attack. It was a miracle in itself. He let Shudo meet with the class to try and piece together what had truly happened. They got nowhere. Shudo didn't mention the clause that had banished the thing of burning light. He wasn't sure he wanted to acknowledge their existence, much less push it on his classmates. So imagine what he felt when those same claws dug into him that night and yanked him across realms. It was so much worse in person. It felt like he was being ripped through the fabric of life, not killed but simply thrown. He gagged on his own thoughts as those claws tore him from his existence. But it somehow felt right. It was indescribable and unholy. Something that should never be done and cursed. And yet it felt like he was about to complete some long-forgotten and foretold prophecy. Despite this, he fought the talents. Tried to get them to let him go but to no avail. They showed no signs of giving and Shudo wondered if he would want to be dropped before they reached their destination. He wasn't sure how long it took. Somewhere in betwixt the space between heartbeats and how long it takes for a universe to be birthed. Stars crashed all around him in beautiful arrays of colorless light that made him believe in happy endings. And then he plummeted like those beautiful collapsing stars. Into a realm of monsters and demons where the sky was always black and the ground was even darker. To say it was a disaster was an understatement. Everything was shattering into millions of pieces and Aizawa didn't know how to glue those fragments back together. It had only been 5 days. 5 days since the literally earth-rocking events of the USJ. In all honesty, the disaster showed no signs of letting up. It was like a dance of dodging questions as they tried to keep their silence while navigating the great expanse of trying to understand the events that caused his students to be horribly scarred and 1 or perhaps even 2 to be traversing the realms in between. Something was wrong with Bakugo and despite Aizawa's recommendation to keep him longer, Chiyo had vehemently disagreed. She said that he might very well explode if he was to be cooped up in the hospital room and that would offset his healing weeks. Bakugo had lied to him and Principal Nedzu when they asked him if he saw. Surprisingly, Bakugo was an excellent liar and could mask his emotions nearly as well as Midoriya if he tried. He had always thought Bakugo wore his heart on his sleeve and was brash enough to never hone the skills of liars. That was obviously not the case. If it hadn't been for 2 key things he would have believed the ashy blonde. 1. Chiyo had told them of what Bakugo had said when he first woke up. Well, she didn't really tell them, being he didn't speak in words. He spoke in lyrics of power and in tongues that Chiyo couldn't even try to repeat without getting a head-splitting migraine she couldn't heal. She said he didn't even seem aware that he wasn't taking in Japanese and he seemed simultaneously terrified and confused once he realized he was speaking something else. There could be the chance that he had learned it from Midoriya but something just didn't sit right with Aizawa. The second thing that tipped him off was how Bakugo's eyes sometimes glazed over. In any other situation he would have simply called it PTSD or disassociation, if it wasn't for the fact that he could see things reflected in his scarlet irises. The glaze was like a mirror, showing foreign worlds splitting and stars exploding into twisted breaths of autumn air. It showed cities drowning in fire and blood as brimstone rained from the sky. Great worms at the bottom of crimson oceans feeding on the world's dead. Flying serpents being hit out of the sky by meteors made of unanswered prayers and untold truths of the gods. At the moment Aizawa was willing to bet that Bakugo hadn't closed his eyes and knew what had paused the universe for that sliver of time. The only way they could know was if Bakugo told them. They had played around with the idea of bringing in a telepath, but something deep inside Aizawa told him that that was a horrible idea that might very well result in the death of the telepath. Nedzu knew that Bakugo was lying as well. Hell, he had been the one to point it out. He had already batted around ways to get Bakugo to provide an explanation, but he ultimately turned up empty-handed. The only thing they could really do was wait for Bakugo to tell them of his own accord. Still, it was almost sad how Bakugo's problem wasn't even at the top of the list for things they needed to resolve. They still had 4 hospitalized students. Luckily Uraraka had woken up from her coma and would remain under observation for another week or until Recovery Girl deemed her well enough to be released. Jiro and Ojiro were making their slow but steady recovery. Ojiro would be free to go in perhaps another day or 2, and Jiro had maybe another 3 to 4 days. Azui was still comatose with no sign of when she would awaken. The media was having a field day. Nedzu was trying to keep the school running and the media from absolutely destroying their reputation. There were few things that Nedzu could get really moving, and this disaster covered multiple of those. The media were slowly getting subdued by Nedzu's subtle manipulation and discreet bending of the truth, although they were nowhere near being in the clear. There was also the matter of trying to please the parents and get them to keep their students enrolled in UA and not press charges. Many parents had been reluctant, and Aizawa didn't blame them. Their child had been injured because he, along with UA, had failed. Almost all of them held permanent scars because of it. As of now, no parent had removed their student or sued, so that was a relief. Although there was still the matter of Inko Midoriya. Nedzu had told him of their interaction and how she had used her quirk to pick him up. Based on his description, she was a terrifying woman who loved her son more than the sun and was furious and distraught that he was, well, dead. It was very much understandable, and she had been very vocal about how she would sue the school for all it was worth if he didn't wake up. If he didn't wake up, then Aizawa wouldn't stop her. But they had a new problem that was probably their most pressing. Shudo Todoroki had gone missing without a trace. Vanished into thin air. One moment he was in his room and then just gone. Having a student disappear was bad enough. Having a student who is the son of the number 2 hero goes missing after a villain attack was worse. Although UA had nothing to do with it, they would still be blamed for it by everyone that mattered. Right now there was a city-wide manhunt for the boy that Aizawa himself was partaking in. It had been less than 24 hours, but even with the entire city on high alert and ever-pro who could be spared on the lookout, they didn't even find a clue. Too much was going wrong, and for every step forward they took 2 steps back. They had to postpone the annual sports festival. If the USJ attack had been less fatal, they could have twisted holding it at its designated time as a symbol to show that they weren't cowed by the villains. But here, where every student had some injury and a quarter still weren't healed, holding the sports festival would look more insensitive than powerful. They would continue to hold off on the festival until all the students were fully healed or dead. Aizawa prayed to every benevolent god that it wouldn't be long until it was held and the attendants wouldn't be dressed in black. Kurogiri had cleaned the bar top to bottom 4 times now. Repeating the motion in a daze, trying to think of anything else. Anything other than how the plan had failed spectacularly and how there was a hero in training who had summoned something that had made the world pause. He tries to ignore the fragments of reality that crumble in the corner of his eyes. Tries to forget what it felt to warp out of the USJ at the same time the thing had been brought into the world and he was momentarily trapped in one of his warps. Whether what he saw was a result of the ripples sent across the universe by the arrival of the beast or if that had always resided in his warps he didn't know, and if he was being truly honest, something he didn't dare test. He hadn't used his quirk since. Tamura was enraged at how their plan had failed, turning half of the bar to dust in rebuke. Kurogiri had been too shaken to stop him. Whether it was Tamura's immaturity or his fury that stopped him from realizing the gravity of what had just happened, the warp villain didn't know. Did he truly not see that there was a boy that could raise the dead? A boy that could not just raise human dead, but the fallen things from eons past. Izuku was tired. So tired. Why was he running anyway? No one would want him back in the living world. He was a monster now. As much as an unholy beast as the thing chasing him. Even if he hadn't been tainted by the silence, he was still a murderer. And a murderer can't become a hero. He must have been more insane in life if he had even entertained the thought. And yet something very, very human still resided in his soul, keeping him from adding to his tally. He stopped running when he reached the mountains. Decided right then to just give up. Let the thing of untold fury and dripping shadows take him. The pillars of ice and obsidian that scraped the endless expanse of sky were too large for him to ever hope to cross anyway. This seemed as good a place to stop as any. With thorn bushes of fragmented pieces of reality that could tear away pieces of your existence if you touched them, and the shade of a crane that stood at the end of the horizon, with a single glowing eye that was larger than the sun and held infinite knowledge. It felt like he'd been running for centuries. For all he knew, he might have been. Even the stars seemed out to get him here, crashing into his path and stopping him in his tracks. There were the perpetually floating pieces of land that never stopped shifting, that made bridges of broken hearts that had occasionally been close enough for him to jump on and rest until the lilies made of bone began to crawl over his skin again. His forearms burned, marred with writhing black tattoos that had been branded there by a godling what seemed like eternities ago. The godling had poured a vial of immortal blood onto his arms for some unknown reason, resulting in the brands he shouldn't be able to survive. He had stayed on one of the islands too long, and the lilies had overtaken him entirely. He had awoken gasping in a cave made of the breaths of trees, and a vaguely humanoid creature with too many eyes and too many hearts hovering over him. It smelled like decay, and the smell seemed so human compared to everything else here. It had lulled Izuku into a false sense of security. That sense of safety had quickly been broken by his arms erupting in pain as blood so black it ate all light was grafted onto his skin in boils that created intricate patterns of unknown purpose that moved and shifted seemingly of their own accord. They showed him every horrible event in history, from the streets of Tallinn that ran red with blood as the trio of murders dubbed the Saints slaughtered every soul in the city in the span of a night. They showed Lady Dreamcatcher on a throne she had carved out of broken minds as she became a dictator that ruled a continent with an iron fist. They made him hear the screams of the residents of Madagascar as their island was reduced to ash by Lucifer, and they realized they would not be saved. It should have affected him more. The godling seemed pleased with the results and remained so until Izuku ate its eyes. It had been gross in the beginning, disgusting, revolting, unthinkable. Izuku hadn't seen a reason for it. At least until his green orbs of madness had almost been plucked from his skull a few times, and Izuku understood. Eyes were truly the window to the soul here, and souls were the only way to be sustained. They transferred the souls of whatever you killed into yours, keeping you alive and strong, making sure you lived another day. By now Izuku had exchanged his old screams from the human dead for the scores of souls he had eaten. The souls were somehow better. They recognized who their master was and didn't actively seek to kill him. Izuku somehow knew that using his quirk to kill the demons he encountered would have the same effect, but he still banished that part of himself, drowned it entirely. He knew that this was his element. These were the true Deadlands. He could be king here, force the things into SBM Zen and rule them all. And yet he didn't. If he did, it was like he was truly stepping over that line of good and evil he had so carefully monitored all these years. If he used his quirk here and claimed it for good, he would truly be a monster like the things he encountered. So he just ran. Ran until he legs gave out, and then ran some more. He had gotten caught multiple times. His captors ranging from fledgling gods to the great birds of the night. He encountered the gods of myths and the scholars of the time. He always somehow found himself back running towards the Polaris star that was a fixed point in the endless expanse of void, with great dripping crimson tears onto the Deadlands that he knew were portals into life that only he could wield. But he was always dimly aware that he shouldn't be running towards life. He would be unwanted and unwelcome. He had eaten too many souls, and his mind was too broken. He had the ebony blood of immortals flowing through his veins after all. Immortals shouldn't live with humans. Immortals shouldn't live at all. He wasn't human anymore. Was he ever human? There was no reason for him to be running. So Izuku let himself collapse at the base of the mountains of madness. He waited for the beast of fury and shadows to catch up and destroy him for good. Kill would be inaccurate. Immortals can't die per se. More like shatter his soul so completely he could never pull himself back together. It felt like he had only been down for a minute when a great rocking made him sit up. He thought he had put more distance between himself and the beast. However, it wasn't the beast, it was a supernova crashing from the heavens, radiating ultraviolet and nuclear. Izuku laid back down. Falling stars were beautiful, but he had seen far too many to care. Now collapsing suns, those were a sight to behold. He felt it hit a few feet away from him. He didn't even flinch, just felt the wave of hot air tickle his hair and warm his face. It made a cloud of void sand billow around his body, and he closed his eyes. It wouldn't be a bad place to die. Surrounded by the ruins of a fallen celestial and stardust. Melancholy questions haunted his mind. What was happening to Kaken? What would shattering his soul feel like? Would he be a voice in the back of the head of the beast once he ate his eyes? Why had it taken him this long to finally give up? Why had it taken him this long to realize? Kaken was probably recovering with Kirishima. He didn't miss the way they looked at each other across the classroom, or how Kaken's smile seemed a little less sharp when he was around. Maybe they were both dead. He could have been here long enough that he could have outlived a human lifespan. The destruction of his soul couldn't be worse than it being twisted and stripped of essential components. It couldn't be worse than the silence that had been meticulous and drawn out, spanning ages and eons. The simple rip of his being would be perhaps a few seconds of pain before he was gone. He entertained himself in those moments before his destruction by asking questions he answered with increasingly self-deprecating responses. Somewhere in the distance, he felt great clawed paws beat across the sand. He didn't have much time. He wanted to die thinking of something good. Something pure and happy. Diving into the murky pools of his memory before the silence, he flipped through 14 years of his life. Looking for that one saved moment he would watch before his doom. There wasn't many to choose from. Finally, he decided. The afternoon he finally kissed Kaken. Their romantic relationship may have ended on a mutually bittersweet epilogue, but it still had felt like his world was complete when their lips had touched. The beast was getting closer, paws shaking the ground as it drew nearer. It was sunset on a Tuesday afternoon. The sky casting vibrant shades of red and orange watercolor across a pale blue canvas. Great puffy clouds that made him think of cotton candy were dyed the color of a flame. It reminded him of Kaken and his protective anger that softened into fury-filled clouds much like these when they were alone. It had been a terrible day. Some bullies had ganged up on him when he was in the bathroom, earning him bruised arms and aching ribs. Their slurs still ran in his ears. Villain, demon. He had long stopped fighting back. It only reinforced the idea of his evil. Kaken hadn't taken it well. Tracking down the boys and bestowing upon them burns that would last days and sore jaws. Izuku disapproved, but there were still times even he couldn't stop Kaken's destructive fury. Kaken hadn't escaped the battle unscathed, however. There were too many of them for him to beat easily. He had earned a split lip for his troubles that they both knew would be annoying to heal. They were sitting on a bench in the park, having finished their training for the day. Both were sweaty and tired, but in a somewhat better mood. To this day, Izuku didn't know what possessed him to do it. He had acknowledged his feelings for Kaken but had never truly planned to act on them. In a sudden moment of boldness, he leaned forward and gave him a quick peck. It was hardly a kiss, barely a brush of his lips. It wasn't like the movies or how books described it, like fireworks and joy with a hint of lust and sugary sweetness. No, it wasn't like the movies, but it was somehow better. It didn't deserve flowery words or descriptions. They would be lies. It was simple. It didn't make stars explode or Izuku melt. It just was Kaken. Like anger and sweat and everything he already knew. It was perfect and no supernova could ever compare. Kaken stared at him in surprise. Izuku bit his own lip as he came to the realization of what he had done. His mind immediately started to spin out of control. What if Kaken didn't like him like that? What if this ruined their friendship? What if he left Izuku alone? And then Kaken caught him unaware and returned the kiss. Izuku was too shocked to do much more than stare. The blonde just shrugged and took a sip of his water. What did that mean? Did that mean Kaken liked him too? Did that mean? Izuku was suddenly ripped from his memory by a soft that did not belong to him. In his time here he had heard a range of sounds, from breathy gasps to ear-shattering screams. None of them ever sounded near as human as that of pain. Eyes suddenly wide, Izuku shot up, emerald madness-filled orbs scanning the area for whatever had made the noise. Before long his gaze landed on the fallen star that was laying in pieces a few feet away. Stars were like great crystals that ranged in size and color, fragmented pieces of beauty that he wished he could take home. His mother would love it. This particular star was a soft lavender, simultaneously burning and ice-cold. It was massive by star standard, the size of a bookshelf. Most stars ranged from softball size to perhaps a backpack. Tiny in comparison to most things here. Perhaps the reason it was so large was that in the center of its scattered ruins there was a bicolored boy with burned scars. More burned scars than when Izuku had seen him last. Izuku didn't have time to ponder why Todoroki was here. He only knew he had to protect him. The beast of shades and anger was quickly approaching on shadowed paws. Izuku could see it across the plain. He had perhaps 10 seconds before it reached them and killed Todoroki as well as Izuku. Taking stance before his unconscious classmate, he knew there was only one thing to be done if he wanted Todoroki's soul to stay intact. He would step over that line and become a true monster if it meant saving his classmate. But did it really make him a monster if he used it to protect? Izuku reached out and pulled. To save your soul you must first burn it. Light it upon a pyre of your morals and love. Watch it be turned to ashes and rejoice. The blood in your veins must be steeled to accept that you cannot escape the Deadlands unless you plan to leave a part of yourself behind. Lesser fools call it your humanity, but its true name is weakness. Kindness will get you killed. It's kill or suffer a fate worse than death. The Deadlands will take a part of you, something you think is integral but in truth has done nothing but hold you back. I have never seen an immortal be created without them losing that little chunk of their soul, but I will admit that I am curious to see if one will hold out. Curiosity is all that I live for after all. From the journal of a long-dead immortal. He was crashing. Wildly tumbling into a place that he should not be. Every cell in his body was rebelling against the plunge, shoving against their membranes as they struggled to get away. Every nerve was screaming the same mantra that pounded into his skull, branding words and feelings into his brain in streaks of fire. Not right, not right, not right, not right. Shudo had thought he had mastered fear. He had thought he had trained himself to be impenetrable to the sharp S of terror that shot at him with every hour of his existence that he had lived with for years. He had thought it was nothing to him anymore. Nothing more than water off his back. He had thought himself immune. He had thought wrong. Terror so blindly potent consumed every molecule and clouded every thought, shading his vision in horror and panic. He didn't register that he was falling through timelines, universes passing with every heartbeat as stars exploded into brilliant displays of impossible colors. Supernovas always the most majestic in their downfall. He didn't realize how comforting the press of prophecy and destiny was until it ripped away. Nothing more than a phantom breath in the wind. Now there was nothing but dismay and fear for him to grab onto as he careened into the land of the wrong. Something was cracking. Whether it was his soul or his mind he couldn't be sure. Perhaps it was both. Everything was black. Blacker than an empty night sky. Blacker than sleep. Blacker than death. Blacker than the endless abyss. And then it wasn't. After a moment or an eternity, he breached the darkness and found himself in the center of a shooting lavender crystal. There were somehow mountains taller than his current altitude to his side, obelisks of ice and dark stones scraping higher than the heavens. Below there was a great desert of midnight sand speckled with scraggly thorn bushes that hurt to look at. Distantly there was a thing of writhing shadows and dripping rage breaking the earth beneath great paws as it charged towards a silhouette laying prone on the desert plain. Eyes gazing unseeing towards a colorless sky. Shudo caught a glimpse of green hair before speed and time caught up with him and impact suddenly hit. The world flashed in shades of sparks and madness before pain and unconsciousness took him to a place much more merciful than this. Kirishima had always prided himself on being a people person. The first one to break down someone's barriers and court them into friendship. A magnetic personality that everyone couldn't help but feel drawn towards. Maybe that's why he had gone towards the most unapproachable person in their class. The boy with only one friend that he was so attached to that he had immediately tried to shut out everyone else with a barrage of death threats and an explosive personality to match his quirk. He was a challenge that Kirishima couldn't help but take on. There was no denying that Bakugo was strong and manly as hell. With a quirk so powerful it near guaranteed his success and such mastery of it, there was no question he would be an amazing hero. Although he may be lacking in social skills, Kirishima knew there was something sweet hidden under his temper and rudeness. Many in his class thought he was just an arrogant a-hole, but Kirishima saw through those paper-thin assumptions to the caring he seemed to so diligently try to hide under threats and curse words. Kiri saw compassion in the way Bakugo had sometimes whispered encouraging words to Midoriya when the green-haired boy had started mumbling under his breath things that Kirishima could never quite catch, but by the way, his eyes glazed over like he was trapped in his own mind. It knew that it probably wasn't good. He saw it in the way Bakugo had tensed and glared protectively at Midoriya when Kami had asked about his scars. He saw it in the way Bakugo had practically sprinted to find Midoriya at the USJ with no thought of his own safety. Looking back on it now, the only times Bakugo had ever given any indication that he didn't live up to everyone's suspicions was when he was with Midoriya. The little green-haired boy was always the instigator for Bakugo's not-so-random spurts of kindness, and it was Kirishima's goal to get Bakugo to show that same kindness and protectiveness to everyone else. At least that had been Kirishima's goal. His goal had changed in the time since Bakugo had been released. Adapted to something much more short-term. To just snap him out of the haze of hopelessness he had been wallowing in these past few days. It was worse than the days following his and Midoriya's mysterious 3-day absence, when they had come back jumpy and with fractured eyes. The event that Bakugo still wouldn't talk about no matter how much Kirishima prompted. Kirishima would never forget how he had looked when he had brought it up. It was a look somewhere between terror and hatred with a touch of rage. It was unnatural and frankly scared Kirishima enough not to ask again. But still, while he may have been subdued, he never had been outright depressed. Not teetering on the edge of complete despondency that he was on now. His mood had changed so drastically in these past few days Kirishima found it hard to leave him alone at any point, afraid he might pull another 180 in the wrong direction. For the first day or two after he was released, he had been a bouncing ball of energy and anger, not unexpected being his best friend was missing and he had been cooped up for days. He was forbidden to use his quirk, but Recovery Girl had never said he couldn't do hard exercise, so that's how Kirishima found himself spotting Bakugo at the gym. Being his pseudo-nurse and making sure he didn't hurt himself more, despite the blonde's protest. Bakugo had thrown himself into useless training, Kirishima having to interfere multiple occasions for fear he would cause more damage to his still healing body. Kirishima could do nothing to stop the pang of guilt that stabbed at his stomach every time he saw Bakugo's face and the small burn scars that dotted his cheek and the swatches that ran down his neck. A constant reminder of what he had done to save Kirishima, even if he denied it. Bakugo had still taken a majority of the heat and it showed on his heavily scarred side. Helping him now was the least Kiri could do. There was also the matter of Bakugo stopping him from seeing whatever the thing was that he had so bluntly told him would have driven him insane. Kiri wasn't entirely sure if he was lying about turning away in time, but he did know for certain that Bakugo hadn't been lying about it breaking his mind. But being that Bakugo wasn't obviously insane, he would have to take his word for it. He ignored the tiny voice that whispered of the reflections he sometimes caught in Bakugo's red irises. After Bakugo's 2 days of non-stop energy burning, everything kinda seemed to catch up with him. Kirishima couldn't drag him to meet with the others to discuss any of the events and bond over their trauma. He never really thought he could, but he had expected to get an explosion of rage or at least have been called shitty hair. Instead, he got total silence as Bakugo refused to even get out of bed. Eyes permanently haunted and exhausted. Kirishima couldn't pry an explanation from him no matter how hard he tried, and trust me, he tried. Nothing was working. Offers for a run went unanswered along with any other question. As far as he had seen, Bakugo hadn't eaten anything in days and his parents seemed to be reaching the same level of success as Kiri. Kirishima was the only one that might even elicit a grunt, and the Bakugos were practically begging him to try and help. They all recognized something was very wrong here and he didn't know what it was. One of his friends was totally shutting down, and with 2 classmates already missing entirely, he didn't want to risk another. This just wasn't right. Bakugo should be leading the search party for Midoriya, not holed up in his room shutting everyone out. The worst part was he didn't know anyone that could help. No one had been close enough to either of them to be of any use, and the one other person who might help was the instigator. The only thing he could do was keep trying to coax Bakugo out of whatever rut he was in and galvanize him into helping decipher what was happening. He knocked on the Bakugo's door for perhaps the 6th time in 3 days. Today was overcast with slate-gray clouds to match his mood. No news from anyone and no changes in anyone's condition. Todoroki was still missing, and the only decent thing was that everyone except Azui had been released from the hospital. It was Mr. Bakugo that opened it this time. He flashed Kiri a grateful smile and gestured him inside, murmuring gratitudes. Kirishima gave him a small thank you before rushing to their son's room. The door was closed as per usual, and as per usual Kirishima paused. He stood in silence for a few moments, listening to see if he could hear anything on the other side. Usually, there wasn't so much as a rustle of fabric or a breath, and today was no exception. No matter how hard Kirishima listened, the only sound was his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. He wasn't quite sure what he was listening for: the boom of explosions? Muffled curses? Any sign of life? Gently, he rapped his fist against Bakugo's bedroom door. Like every time before, there was no response. There was absolutely nothing to make anyone think he wasn't knocking to enter an empty room. He almost hoped the room was empty, at least then Bakugo would have moved. Slowly he turned the doorknob, cracking the door open millimeter by millimeter. A sliver of light crept through that slit in the entryway. That tiny light cut through the almost offensive darkness of Bakugo's room. The curtains were drawn and every lamp was off. Nothing had changed since the last time he had been here, and he felt sadness and frustration bloom in his heart. Bakugo was a supernova. He should have exploded into a brilliant array of light, taking everything with him. His downfall should have been amazing and awe-inspiring, deadly and beautiful. Not this near-silent fizzle that was so unlike the bro Kiri had come to know. The blanket heap on the bed did not stir. Kirishima crept over to Bakugo and sat on the All Might-themed bed covers. "Hey dude, Uraraka got released today. Me and Mina were planning on meeting up with her later. Want to join?" Bakugo grunted and Kirishima counted that as progress. "You sure? It'll be fun." Kiri knew it was a futile effort, but he still hoped that maybe Bakugo would cave. If he lost his optimism, he would be just as Bakugo. There was a PRDNT silence as Bakugo continued to resolutely stare at the blank was, facing away from Kirishima's melancholy and disappointed expression. Kirishima's pained smile finally started to strain the longer the silence continued. Eventually, he ran a hand through his limp hair. He hadn't bothered to style it today and decided to finally address the elephant in the room. "Look bro, I don't know what's up with you, but you have to get up eventually, and I can't help you if you don't talk to me." He waited for Bakugo to turn and snarl at him, shove him off the bed, force him out of the house, insist he didn't need help. Instead, he got nothing that only reinforced the fact that Bakugo was not okay. "Come on bro. Please. For me," Kirishima pleaded, eyes prickling with tears because this was just so bad. For once the seemingly impenetrable Kirishima Eru was cracking right next to his unresponsive friend. Maybe it would be enough to make him snap out of it, but Bakugo didn't seem to be the type to be moved by tears. Everything was going wrong. Midoriya was MIA and Todoroki had disappeared into thin air. Everyone in the class was scarred and traumatized. 3 of their students had just gotten out of the hospital, and Azui was still in a coma with no indication of if she would ever wake up. And here was Bakugo, the most stubborn person Kirishima knew, and he didn't even react when Kirishima asked to help him. "Nothing is going right. UA is closed indefinitely, Azui's still in a coma, Midoriya and Todoroki are missing. I can lose you too." Kirishima blubbered, salty tears were carving canyons into his cheeks and he couldn't stop them. It was finally catching up. Just the panic. Todoroki's with Deku. There was a muffled voice so quiet and hoarse Kirishima thought he might have imagined it. "What?" It took a good minute for Bakugo to repeat himself. Kirishima's eyes stopped leaking and he straightened, almost not daring to hope. "Todoroki's with Deku." It was the same volume as the first time, but there was no denying that it was Bakugo that spoken for perhaps the first time in days. "How do you know that?" Bakugo's shoulders gave a half-hearted shrug and he continued to stare at the blank wall of his bedroom. Kirishima opened his mouth to try and coax out an answer when the bedroom door suddenly burst open. In the threshold stood Mitsuki Bakugo, knuckles white from clutching her phone in a death grip. Her red irises were shining with something between relief and elation, watery from tears of joy. "It's Midoriya." "He woke up," she croaked, a few of those tears escaping their confines. Bakugo immediately shot up, his eyes were bloodshot and wild. There was no denying the fact that Kirishima could see a great red star reflected in his pupils. Then he blinked and it was gone. He could ponder what that meant along what Ms. Bakugo meant with, "he woke up," later. Right now he needed to chase after Bakugo, who had just jumped out of bed and had sprinted downstairs. Kirishima was barely out of the room when he heard the front door slam. Mitsuki was still standing in the doorway, talking rapid fire to whoever was on the other line, but Kirishima didn't pause to listen to their conversation. He was already gone, chasing after Bakugo. He didn't want to risk losing him in wherever he was going. Did Bakugo even know where he was going? It didn't matter, he just couldn't lose him. Soon enough he was out of the house, eyes scanning the area for the blonde. For a second he panicked, he couldn't see Bakugo anywhere. Then that moment of anxiety was over as he spotted a spiky-haired figure turn the corner and Kirishima took off after him. That's how it went, Bakugo mad dashing to wherever he was going and then Kiri losing him for a few moments and panicking but ultimately spotting him again. Kirishima could only thank God that he had adopted a stricter training regimen so he could even hope to keep up with Bakugo's adrenaline-fueled sprint. Although he was still wheezing by the time he got to the front gates of UA. Kirishima paused for a moment, wondering why he was back at UA. It was closed. More importantly, why was Bakugo going here? Did this mean Midoriya had been in UA all this time? He stopped wondering. Bakugo had already disappeared and Kiri had made it this far. He desperately tried to catch back up with the blonde, but he was always a good hallway behind. He relied more on the sound of pounding feet than sight at this point, and he eventually found himself breathless at a room he had never been before. The door was open and Bakugo was already inside along with a middle-aged woman who was the spitting image of Midoriya. Recovery Girl along with Aizawa-sensei and Nedzu were also present, effectively obscuring his view of what looked to be a hospital bed. Kirishima's lungs felt like they might burst and his legs quivered, but he still forced himself into the room. He needed to know what was happening. His legs protested, but he made them move to stand at Bakugo's side and see what the fuss was about. When he did see why he had run here in such a hurry, his already thin breath caught in his throat. Sitting there in a hospital gown was Midoriya, Todoroki squished beside him. Several observations ran through his mind all at once. 1. Todoroki was curled around Midoriya in a very NTMT manner, looking extremely content. 2. Midoriya's forearms were covered in writhing shadows of darkness that sculpted seemingly random patterns that made Kiri's brain feel hot. 3. Midoriya's eyes. They held galaxies and universes eternal. They radiated madness and death more than any aura ever could, and Kirishima felt his soul shrink under their emerald insanity. Then it faded and he was left with only slightly oversaturated jade irises that didn't quite seem human but still were much improved. Midoriya seemed to be talking to the woman Kiri assumed was his mother. She was a mildly intimidating woman that practically radiated steel. She was a warrior and Kiri didn't even have to talk to her to know it. Todoroki seemed to be the first one to notice Kirishima's appearance and didn't acknowledge him other than glaring at him with an expression that clearly read, "Ask about it." "I dare you." Kirishima didn't want to take that dare and looked away. Aizawa-sensei seemed to follow Todoroki's gaze and found Kirishima's. At first, there was alarm and then silent resignation as he said in his usual monotone, "Kirishima, what are you doing here?" And then 7 pairs of eyes were on him and Kirishima felt a cold sweat slide down his back. They stood hand in hand at the edge of everything. A great crimson star stood before them, dripping portals of life. A green-haired boy with eyes of madness turned to the burned boy with a no longer fractured heart. They shared a soft smile of love and hope. A delicate flower in this world filled with thorns. Let's go home. End of Part 2 Madness.